I don't have it. No, I don't have it.
Representative Hooton.
That's a good one. Good one. Representative Pico.
Representative Hanks.
Representative Weissman.
Representative McCormick. Representative Ricks.
Representative Tipper. Representative Larson.
Representative D. Valdez.
Representative Holtorf.
Please push your button. Right on. Representative Rich.
Representative Benavides. Got Ransom up there?
Yeah, she's already pushed it. He just came in. Where is
He's
he?
right over there. Judiciary still going on.
Representative Geithner. Can you please push your button? Thank you.
Here we go. There they are.
Representative Benavides. I knew
blame
it. That's why I said I'll do it.
I don't blame you.
He likes me a little bit more.
No judgment.
Representative Byrd. Please push your button. Representative Doherty. Of course, we haven't pushed our buttons.
It's all right. We never lead by example. That's how bad we are in the back talking all the time.
You know what to say next?
No.
I'll call on you, then you'll say this.
Thank you.
When he's ready.
Yeah, if you want, we
No, you don't say that. You got Ortiz.
There's Soper and Tipper. Representative Tipper.
Representative Soper. Push your button.
Please push your buttons.
Buttons. We don't lead by example.
Representative Bacon.
Representative Lynch.
Okay, he wants you to raise it. Go ahead and raise it.
Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the call be raised.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The call is raised. Mr. Gregorio, please read reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. Senate Bill 91 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. Senate Bill 236 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Committee on Transportation and Local Government, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. Senate Bill 242 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 252 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Committee on Business Affairs and Labor, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. Senate Bill 259 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Health and Insurance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. Senate Bill 9 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 63 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 16 be amended as follows and be so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on Transportation and Local Government, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following. Senate Bill 263 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
I just checked with him. I sent them both the list. Oh, yeah.
Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the following bills be added to the special orders calendar at 6 p.m. Senate Bill 156, Senate Bill 237, Senate Bill 108, Senate Bill 250, Senate Bill 193, and House Bill 1111.
Seeing no objection, the bills laid out by the Assistant Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar at 6 p.m. on May 26th. Representative Sirota. You have heard the motion. Representative Sirota will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for reading a bill at length. Committee reports are printed and in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads. Bills will be laid over upon motion of the Majority Leader. The coat rule is relaxed. Okay, Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 138.
Senate Bill 138 by Senator Coleman, also Representative Sandridge and Bacon, concerning measures to improve the support of persons in the criminal justice system with a brain injury and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 138 and the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Report, Representative Bacon.
Thank you, members. We primarily followed the lead of the Senate to be able to appropriate the dollars necessary for this pilot and made just a few adjustments to be sure we could be more thorough. I urge and I vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Sandridge.
You don't want to go first? I'll go. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a very simple bill. What it mostly does is there's a history of traumatic brain injury going on in our criminal justice system. A lot of us know about it from football injuries that we heard about, and especially at a higher level, we hear a lot about it associated with our military, associated with TBI. What we're also finding is that the military isn't doing the best at diagnosing TBI, and some of these our soldiers are going into the criminal justice system with TBI, and it's not really diagnosed properly. So what this bill does is it does a research study on TBI when people go into our state criminal justice system. It does a quick evaluation. If they come up with some signs, they'll do more thorough evaluations. What the main goal of this bill is to recognize TBI from the very beginning and deal with it and put them in a population that could help them. If we don't recognize it early, they go into a certain population, it's not dealt with, they get more charges. So we want to diagnose it early, deal with it, and in the long run, decrease recidivism. So that's the main essence of the bill.
Representative Bacon.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank my co-sponsor, but members, this is a bill to support public safety. We know that folks who are impacted by traumatic brain injuries unfortunately aren't able to self-regulate, may act out violently, and we want them to be able to be safer, not only while they are incarcerated or in jails, but we also want to be able to learn from this so that we can be able to prevent instances like this or be able to identify when these circumstances arise ahead of time. So urge some support and an aye on Senate Bill 138.
Representative Sandridge.
And one thing to stress, to make sure there's no confusion, this bill does not let people out of jail early. It does not keep them into jail longer. It has nothing associated with their sentencing. What it does is it conducts research to in the long run, we decrease recidivism, hopefully saving the state a lot of money. So I think this is the little bit of money that is spent. It's well spent. It's a good investment, and hopefully we can decrease the $1 billion that we spend on corrections at the state level, look for ways to save money. I think this was a great thing. I ask for an aye vote again.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 138? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 138 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The bill is adopted.
They were all that easy.
You know what I'm saying? We need like a special handshake.
Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 185.
Senate Bill 185 by Senators Zenzinger and Rankin, also Representatives McLaughlin and McCluskey, concerning supporting the educator workforce in Colorado in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
And with you.
Thank you. I move Senate Bill 185 and the committee reports on education and appropriations.
To the Appropriations Report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In appropriations, we did appropriate roughly $13 million for several very important recruiting and retention programs for our teachers, our educators in the state. That was approved, and I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the Education Report, Representative McCluskey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In Education Committee, we did adopt an amendment that will add a program that was stood up during the pandemic for our teachers. It's a mental health and well-being hotline, support services, and support group program. It's through UC Health, their psychiatric division, and we want to see that program continue. We know our teachers have faced a great deal over the pandemic, and this support is proving to be very valuable for them, so we added it to the bill in committee, and I urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the education report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the education report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative McLaughlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to serve with you from the wall.
And with you.
So, hello, members. We are in the midst of an education shortage that many districts fear will only grow in the months and years ahead. A recent survey indicated that 40% of Colorado educators are considering leaving the profession due to the workload, the working environment as we recover from COVID, and the persistent issue of low pay compared with similar professions. Just this school year, almost 150 teaching positions were unfilled, and more than 1,000 were filled through some sort of shortage mechanism, like emergency licensure or alternative license. Alongside this, we have persistent shortages in hard-to-fill subject areas such as STEM, special education, and numerous rural districts who have gone for years without receiving a single applicant to fill open positions. This bill is inspired by the work of the Education System Resiliency and Innovation Initiative, ESRII, a broad coalition of 80 education and private sector stakeholders, Democrat and Republican, who came together over the course of last year to identify opportunities to learn from the challenges presented by COVID and innovations developed by leaders across the state in responding to their local communities' needs. Senate Bill 185 draws on the recommendations of this collective work and seeks to reduce the teacher shortage in Colorado, empower local leaders in recruiting subject matter experts into the education workforce, develop a workforce that more closely reflects the diversity of Colorado students, expands pathways into the profession, and raise the profile of all pathways into the education workforce. This is a mix of new programs and restoring funding to programs that we know make a difference to our educator workforce. I strongly urge you to support this bill.
Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I had the honor and privilege to serve on ESRI, the Educator System Resiliency and Innovation Initiative, and it was amazing. They convened the committee last spring at the very start of the pandemic, recognizing that our education system was in a tumultuous and somewhat frightening time. And over the course of roughly 6 months, these 80 individuals, teachers, teacher leaders, industry partners, stakeholders from our education world came together, talked about what was happening and what we needed to do to shore up not only the system, but the people that make this system run, our educators, our principals, and all of our educator service professionals. I'm delighted with the number of programs in this bill. I think my co-prime sponsor, so good to see you. Representative McLaughlin did an excellent job giving you an overview of the bill. We are offering one small amendment because we had some challenges with the definition of rural in the bill. And with that, I move L012 to Senate Bill 185 and ask that it be properly displayed.
Just waiting to get that displayed. Okay. L012 has been moved and displayed. Please proceed, Rep. McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment will add remote school district to part of our definitions for those school districts that are still fairly small, but maybe over the threshold of 5,000, which is our rural definition. But these school districts, far from urban centers, still struggling to recruit and retain teachers. With that, I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L12? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L12. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is adopted. To the bill, Representative McCluskey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In closing, I am very proud of the strong coalition that came together that really put these ideas together. $13 million set aside, an infusion into the recruiting and retention programs that we already have in existence, and some new programs that are going to bring some fresh life to the ranks. I urge all of you to support Senate Bill 185.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 185? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 185 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 267.
Senate Bill 267 by Senator Hansen, also Representative Herod, concerning the extension of the Office of Public Guardianship.
Representative Herod.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 267 in the Appropriations Committee report.
I don't see an appropriations report.
Oh, the bill.
Okay, to the bill.
Thank you. This bill makes technical adjustments to align with the extension to allow the Office of Public Guardianship to wind down. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 2? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this bill is it's a technical bill. You can tell it is a JBC bill, and the office has already been extended, and we needed to make some technical adjustments and add a little bit of money just so that they could take care of the people that are covered by the guardianship and make sure that they were taken care of properly until the office completes its wind down. I thank the sponsor for her work on this bill. And urge an aye vote.
Any further discussion on Senate Bill 267? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 267. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The bill passes. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to House Bill 1321.
House Bill 1321 by Representatives Kennedy and Weissman, also Senators Moreno and Pedersen, concerning voter transparency requirements to increase information about the fiscal impact of statewide ballot measures that would result in a change in district revenue.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move 1321, the State Affairs Report and the Appropriations Report.
To the Appropriations Report.
The Appropriations Report makes a modest $7,800 appropriation. We ask for your support.
Any further discussion on the Appropriations Report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Report, Representative Weissman.
Thank you. The State Affairs Report is basically a technical change that our drafter called. It relocates a definition to a more appropriate section of the statute. We ask for your support.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we're excited about this bill because we believe it's going to be a great transparency bill to help make sure voters see the whole picture when they're voting on certain kinds of ballot measures. The Constitution currently requires that ballot measures be printed in all caps and tell you how much they are going to increase revenues for the state, but they do not tell you for whom taxes would be increased or decreased. So what we're trying to do with this bill is fill in the gaps, make sure more information is available to voters so that they make the best decisions possible about the big things that impact our state. We ask for your support.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1321? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've lived in Colorado a long time, and I've been voting since I got here. And when the Taxpayer Bill of Rights passed in 1992, there were certain requirements put into that ballot initiative that passed by a vote of the people. And that language is required to be included and you've probably seen the way it looks without raising taxes or with raising taxes. There's ways that you can ask the voters for their approval on things. And from everything I can see, and if the sponsors want to correct me, I would welcome the correction, because this bill has been, it's come through quickly, but it looks to me like this is really a way to get around the way that is currently set up to be put onto our ballots to understand what people are voting on. To add this additional language, I'm just afraid it's going to be hiding and possibly even going around and being an attack on the citizen initiative process. So that is one thing that our Constitution makes very clear, even without the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, that the citizens have the right to petition their government. And they also have the right to vote on certain things in our government. I want to allow them to vote. I do not need to bias them with certain language. And with that, I ask for a no vote on the bill.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Rep. Ransom, real briefly, the answer to your question is to be found at the bottom of page 6 in sub G. What the bill provides is that if this is a question where Tabor is implicated, and not necessarily all of these would be, then the language in the bill follows the language, C lines 20 to 21, after the language required by Section 23C of Article 10. That is constitutional. We cannot change it. We are not changing it. We are working in the framework provided to us by the Constitution, and we ask for a yes vote.
Thank you.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it seems like we're changing the language, but we're not changing the language. So in the end, it seems like what we're doing is really creating a preamble to the language that's required in the Constitution, or a postamble, but that seems interesting because it seems to dictate from the outset that we're going to say, okay, these are the only things that this might affect when we know that dollars are fungible. So if I could have an answer, why is it that we pick certain things, not certain other things, especially when we know that we move things in our budget back and forth all the time?
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe the question was, why did we pick some things and not other things? I think what we're trying to do is complete the picture. The Constitution now requires that if there's a revenue increasing ballot measure, that Tabor says that it must start with that increase, and that is still going to be the case. That first sentence is always going to be there. What we're doing is adding the rest of the picture. For whom does this raise taxes, or for whom does it reduce taxes? And which programs covered by the state would be most impacted by those revenue reductions?
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And so along those lines, I would offer Amendment L005. I move to House Bill 1321. Ask for it to be displayed.
L5 has been moved and displayed. Please proceed, Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Chair. In fact, since a lot of times we don't get up to go look at this, I'm just going to read it to you. This amends the printed bill, page 6, strikes lines 7 through 12, and we substitute these words, all of which follow. Begin, shall funding available for public services offered by counties, school districts, water districts, fire districts, and other districts which currently provide for all listed local districts the top 3 services provided by each, the population served by each, and the percentage of people who utilize these services as compared to the population of Colorado, and are currently funded at the most recent dollar amount of funding the listed local districts receive, the percentage of the listed local districts funding that is provided by property tax revenue, and the dollar amount and percentage of projected funding lost by the listed local districts by property taxes impact by a reduction of the projected dollar figure of property tax revenue, reduction to all listed local districts in the first full fiscal year that the measure reduces revenue in property tax. Folks, what this really does is it calls out all the districts to say, if you want to do this, then figure out who it impacts and give those figures. Give those figures of what that looks like, and then also what that percentage is as compared to the population of the state of Colorado.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this. We believe that the bill already strikes the right balance between what's on the ballot and what's in the blue book.
Any further discussion? Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minority Leader McKean, for this amendment. I think it's a lot clearer. You may think that you've struck a balance, but it's not going to be very clear to the voters, and this clears up any question about that. I urge an aye vote.
Any further? Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This is why these questions are important. If what we want to do is paint the whole picture, then let's paint the whole picture. Then let's make sure that what we're really saying is, here are these districts impacted. When we put language like this in, when we say that we want to know what the top 3 services provided by each of these districts, the population served by them, and the percentage of people who utilize these services as compared to the population of Colorado, that's the whole picture. That's the whole picture of what the impact of your vote means. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L5? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L5. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. When we come back to the bill, when we look at page 5, let's go to there, and we look at the title board meetings, and when we come to line 25, what we hear are, shall funding available for state services that include but are not limited to the 3 largest areas of program expenditure be impacted by a reduction, and then insert the projected dollar figure or revenue reduction to the state. Folks, that deals with not just special districts, but it deals with state services. And we probably ought to paint that whole picture. I move Amendment L004 to House Bill 1321 and ask for it be displayed.
L4 has been properly moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, I will read this because I think it really helps us. My eyes aren't what they used to be, and it's a little fuzzy up there anyway. But really, I'm going to go back to the bill very quickly. It says, shall funding available for state services that include but are not limited to, and insert the 3 largest areas of program expenditure, be impacted by a reduction of, insert the projected dollar revenue or reduction to the state in the first full fiscal year the measure reduces revenue. Instead of that, let's substitute. Funding available for state services that include but are not limited to, insert the 3 largest areas of program expenditure, the top 3 services provided by each of these areas of program expenditure, the population who utilize these services, and the percentage of people who utilize these services as compared to the population of Colorado. Continuing, whose budgets are currently funded at, insert, most recent dollar amount of funding the 3 largest areas of program expenditure receive, followed by be impacted by a reduction of the, insert, projected dollar figure of revenue reduction to the state in the first fiscal year that the measure reduces revenue. Continuing, which reduction would constitute a, insert, percentage change in state revenue, following to concurrent levels of state services and tax revenue. Folks, what this does is it actually tells us what the impact of those services are and who is served by those programs. Number one, isn't that something we're curious about? Isn't it something that if we are going to set out to say, oh, these dollars might be impacted, and here is the program that might be impacted, and here is the amount of the program that might be impacted, and here are the people that might be impacted, and here are the people that program serves as a percentage of the population of the state. That is a whole picture. I walked over that way to show how big that gets, how much that full picture literally is. If we simply say, well, those programs will be affected by this dollar amount, it does not give the voter the information they need. If this is a quest to find ways of telling the voter what the impact of these decisions is, then let us find the chalice. Let us follow that quest to the end, which is the information they need to vote in an educated way. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Weissman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Minority Leader, I'm thinking of that scene from the end of the last Indiana Jones movie where the wrong chalice was chosen, and the line is, he chose poorly. I humbly submit that it would be a poor choice to adopt this amendment, and I do ask for a no vote. I think for similar reasons as the last one. It's going to encumber the title. We did struggle. We spent a lot of time thinking about what's the right balance here. We call out the budget in brief because that is an independent document prepared by our nonpartisan staff at JBC, and it captures the three biggest things that we do, which typically are human services, K-12 and higher ed, which are 75% plus or minus a few tenths in any given year. We think that is a fair picture of what's going on. There is other information to be had in the Blue Book and elsewhere, but as far as what goes in the title, we think we have the right balance. We ask for a no vote.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So in the Indiana Jones movie, he chose poorly, didn't he? But he didn't have all the information. This gives them that information. This gives them the information to know that it would be the humble chalice, that it would be the chalice of a carpenter, that would be the right one to choose because you have all the information, you have everything you need. This is a cinematic I vote.
Any further discussion on L4? Did they choose poorly? The question before us is the adoption of L4. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Any further discussion on House Bill? Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was privileged to sit in on this bill in military affairs. I had some concerns about the language and word order being a little bit biased, perhaps in favor of those that might prefer big government. It's not a long bill, but I'm going to turn directly to the back. Go to Section 6, Safety Clause. The General Assembly hereby finds, determines, and declares that this act is necessary for the immediate preservation of public peace, health, or safety. I don't see how we get there. And I think the people of Colorado ought to have the option to petition. And so, accordingly, I move Amendment L009 and ask that it be displayed.
L9 has been properly moved and displayed. Representative Hanks, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're talking about the ballots. We're talking about language on the ballots. We are concerned about bias or inaccuracies in the language. This is for the people, in the people's house, so let's give them the opportunity to vote on what they see in this House Bill 1321 should it come to pass. There is, I think, lots of room for our citizens to review and decide whether or not they want to take this through the petition route. So let's give them that opportunity. It's only fair. I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, this really is fundamental. There is no reason for a safety clause to put this. There's no time crunch to force this through. So referring to that safety clause, let it go, Indy.
Any further discussion on L9? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of L9. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. L9 is lost. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let's go through this. House Bill 21-1321, a bill for an act concerning voter transparency requirements to increase information about the fiscal impact of statewide ballot measures that would result in a change in district revenue. Bill summary. Note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill requires that certain language appear at the beginning of a ballot title for an initiated measure that would either increase or decrease tax revenue through a tax policy change. In the case of a measure that would reduce state tax revenue through a tax policy change, the ballot title must begin, quote, shall funding available for state services that include but are not limited to, parenthetical, the three largest areas of program expenditures, close parentheses, be impacted by a reduction of, parentheses, projected dollar figure of revenue reduction to the state in the first full fiscal year that the measure reduces revenue, close parentheses, in tax revenue, question mark, unquote. So I'm going to editorialize here a little bit. This bill would set us up to start the conversation talking about the reduction of revenue being spent on state services. Whether the people want that or not, whether the people think the Blue Book is clear enough or not, is still in question. I'll continue. This is, again, the bill summary. In the case of a measure that would reduce local district property tax revenue through a tax policy change, the ballot title must begin, quote, shall funding available for public services offered by counties, school districts, water districts, fire districts, and other districts funded, at least in part, by property taxes, be impacted by a reduction of, parentheses, projected dollar figure of revenue reduction to all districts in the first full fiscal year that the measure reduces revenue, close parentheses, in property tax revenue, question mark, unquote. In the case of a measure that would increase tax revenue for any district through a tax policy change, after the language required by Section 20, parenthetical 3C of Article 10 of the state constitution, the ballot title must state either, quote, in order to increase or improve levels of public services, unquote, or, if applicable, quote, in order to increase or improve levels of public services, including but not limited to, parentheses, the program expenditure that the measure states will receive increased funding, close parentheses, unquote. The bill also creates additional requirements for the fiscal summary of an initiated measure that would increase or decrease the individual income tax rate or state sales tax rate. The bill requires the fiscal summary for each measure to include a table that shows the average tax burden change for a filer in different income categories. The bill changes the requirements for the ballot information booklet entry for certain measures. The bill requires the ballot information booklet entry for an initiated measure that would increase or decrease income tax revenue or state sales tax revenue to include a table that shows the number of tax filers in designated income categories, the total tax burden change for each of those income categories, and the average tax burden change for a filer within each of those income categories. If an initiated measure includes a tax policy change that reduces state tax revenue, the bill requires the ballot information booklet to include a description of the 3 largest areas of program expenditure funded by the affected revenue stream. Line 1, be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, Section 1, short title. The short title of this act is the Ballot Measure Fiscal Transparency Act of 2021. Section 2, in Colorado Revised Statutes 1-5-407, amend parenthetical 7 as follows. Page 3. 1-5-407, form of ballots. 7. No printing or distinguishing mark shall be on the ballot except as specifically provided in this code or in section 1-40-106, parenthetical 3E to 3H. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-40-105.5, amend parenthetical 1 and parenthetical 1.5, I say again, 1.5A Roman numeral 4, and add parenthetical 1.5A Roman numeral 5 as follows. 1-40-105.5, initial fiscal impact statement definitions. As used in this section, unless the context otherwise requires, A, areas of program expenditure means categories of spending by issue area. For state expenditures, program expenditure refers to total expenditures by program as listed in the, quote, budget in brief, unquote, prepared by the Joint Budget Committee for the most recent fiscal year. B, quote, director, unquote, means director of the research of Legislative Council of the General Assembly. 1.5A, for every initiated measure properly submitted to the title board, the director shall prepare a fiscal summary that consists of the following information. Roman numeral 4, the following statement, quote, this fiscal summary prepared by the nonpartisan Director of Research of the Legislative Council contains a preliminary assessment of the measure's fiscal impact. A full fiscal impact statement for this initiative is or will be available at www.coloradobluebook.com, unquote, and Roman numeral 5, if the measure would either increase or decrease the individual income tax rate or state sales tax rate, a table that shows the estimated effect of the change to the individual income tax rate or state sales tax rate on the tax burden of different income categories. I'm going to let that one go. It kind of seemed to miss a verb, or I did. Let's carry on. In determining this effect, page 4, the director may use the same methodology that the Department of Revenue uses while preparing a tax profile and expenditure report to measure the distribution of state and local taxes among households pursuant to Section 39-21-303, parenthetical 2D, Roman numeral 1C. The table prepared by the director must show the average tax burden change for filers within each income category. If the change in a tax burden shown in the table is an increase, the change must be expressed as a dollar amount preceded by a plus sign. If the change in a tax burden shown in the table is a decrease, the change must be expressed as a dollar amount preceded by a negative sign. The director shall use the following income categories in creating the table. A, federal adjusted gross income of $14,999 or less. B, federal adjusted gross income greater than or equal to $15,000 and less than $30,000. C, federal adjusted gross income greater than or equal to $30,000 and less than $40,000. D, federal adjusted gross income greater than or equal to $40,000 and less than $50,000. E, federal adjusted gross income greater than or equal to $50,000 and less than $70,000. F, federal adjusted gross income greater than or equal, page 5, or equal to $70,000 and less than $100,000. G, federal adjusted gross income greater than or equal to $100,000 and less than $150,000. H, federal adjusted gross income greater than or equal to $150,000 and less than $200,000. I, federal adjusted gross income greater than or equal to $200,000 and less than $250,000. J, federal adjusted gross income greater than or equal to $250,000 and less than $500,000. K, federal adjusted gross income greater than or equal to $500,000 and less than $1 million. And L, federal adjusted gross income greater than or equal to $1 million. Section 4. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-40-106, add parenthetical 3E, 3F, 3G, 3H, and 3I as follows. 1-40-106, Title Board, Meetings, Ballot Title, Initiative, and Referendum. 3E, 4 measures that reduce state revenue through a tax policy change. The ballot title must begin, quote, shall funding available for state services that include but are not limited to, parenthetical, the 3 largest areas of program expenditure, close parentheses, be impacted by a reduction of, parenthetical, projected dollar figure of revenue, page 6, of revenue reduction to the state in the first full fiscal year that the measure reduces revenue, close parentheses, in tax revenue, question mark, quote, unquote. The estimates reflected in the ballot title shall not be interpreted as restrictions of the state's budgeting process. F, 4 measures that reduce local district property tax revenue through a tax policy change. The ballot title must begin, quote, shall funding available for public services offered by counties, school districts, water districts, fire districts, and other districts funded, at least in part, by property taxes be impacted by a reduction of, parenthetical, projected dollar figure of property tax revenue reduction to all districts in the first full fiscal year that the measure reduces revenue, close parentheses, in property tax revenue, question mark, unquote. The title board shall exclude any districts whose property tax revenue would not be reduced by the measure from the measure's ballot title. The estimates reflected in the ballot title shall not be interpreted as restrictions of a local district's budgeting process. G, 4 measures that increase tax revenue for any district through a tax policy change and specify the public services to be funded by the increased revenue after the language required by Section 20, parenthetical 3C of Article 10 of the state constitution, the ballot title shall state, quote, "In order to increase or improve levels of public services, including but not limited to, parentheses, the public service specified in the measure, close parentheses, unquote, for measures that increase tax revenue for any district through a tax policy change and do not specify the public services to be funded by the increased revenue after the language required by Section 20, page 7, by Section 20, parenthetical 3C of Article 10 of the state constitution, the ballot title shall state, quote, "In order to increase or improve levels of public services," unquote. The estimates reflected in the ballot title shall not be interpreted as restrictions of a district's budgeting process. H. A ballot title for a measure that either increases or decreases the individual income tax rate or state sales tax rate must, if applicable, include the table created for the fiscal summary pursuant to Section 1-40-105.5, parenthetical 1.5a, Roman numeral 5. I. In determining whether a ballot title qualifies as a brief for purposes of Section 1-40-102, parenthetical 10, and 1-40-106, parenthetical 3b, the language required by subsection 3e, 3f, 3g, or 3h of this section may not be considered. Section 5. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-40-124.5, amend parenthetical 1b introductory portion, parenthetical 1b Roman numeral 2, and parenthetical 1b Roman numeral 3, and add parenthetical 1b Roman numeral 4 as follows. 1-40-124.5 Ballot Information Booklet 1b. The Director of Research of the Legislative Council of the General Assembly shall prepare a fiscal impact statement for every initiated or referred measure, taking into consideration fiscal impact information submitted by the Office of State Planning and Budgeting, the Department of Local Affairs, or any other state agency, and any proponent or other interested person. The fiscal impact statement prepared for every measure shall be substantially similar in form and content to the fiscal notes provided by the Legislative Council of the General Assembly for legislative measures pursuant to Section 2-2-322. A complete copy of the fiscal impact statement for such measures shall be available through the Legislative Council of the General Assembly. The ballot information booklet shall indicate whether there is, page 8, there is a fiscal impact for each initiated or referred measure and shall abstract the fiscal impact statement for such measure. The abstract for every measure shall appear after the arguments for and against such measure in the analysis section of the ballot information booklet and shall include but shall not be limited to Roman numeral 2, an estimate of the amount of any state and local government recurring expenditures or fiscal liabilities if such measure is enacted, and, actually the "and" was struck, Roman numeral 3, for any initiated or referred measure that modifies the state tax laws, if the measure would either increase or decrease individual income tax revenue or state sales tax revenue, a table that shows the number of tax filers in each income category, the total tax burden change for each income category, and the average tax burden change for each filer within each income category. If the change in a tax burden shown in the table is an increase, the change must be expressed as a dollar amount preceded by a plus sign. If the change in a tax burden shown in the table is a decrease, the change must be expressed as a dollar amount preceded by a negative sign. The table must have the same income categories as the table constructed pursuant to Section 1-4-105.5, parenthetical 1.5a, Roman numeral 5, and 4, Roman numeral 4. If the measure contains a proposed tax policy change that reduces state tax revenue, a description of the 3 largest areas of program expenditure as defined in Section 1-40-105.5, parenthetical 1A. Section 6 is, again, the safety clause that we worked some moments ago to change by amendment to a petition clause. However, that did not pass on a voice vote. What I see here, ladies and gentlemen, as I read that and as we all evaluate it, is that the government and those that would favor big government spending are using language that would rather prejudice the voters' perception of what is going on here and what the first thing they're going to be told is all the damage you're going to be doing to a government program. Whereas what people are actually looking for in measures such as this is, what's it going to do to their taxes? I think the priorities on this are obvious. It's leaning towards government spending. It's trying to divert away from the idea that this is the people's money that the government is taking, and it becomes less and less clear to people in the books if we are altering the language in favor of big government. My constituents sent me here as an advocate of tax reductions, not tax increases. This bill would seem to favor the latter, and I am in strong opposition to House Bill 1321.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. We know what's in the bill, which is good. I will bring you back to page 6, lines 22 through 24. And this was back to our earlier conversation. We talked about what's in the constitutional language now. So in 22, Article 10 of the state constitution, the ballot title shall state, quote, in order to increase or improve levels of public services, including but not limited to, and then it goes on. These are important words, and again, I want to make sure that voters have all the information they need. In terms of that, I move Amendment L006 to House Bill 1321. Ask for it to be displayed.
L6 is properly moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So this would actually substitute the language you just heard, and I will read it. Substitute Article 10 of the state constitution, the ballot title shall state, quote, in order to increase revenue provided to public services, including but not limited to, and now insert the public service specified in the measure, the current level of funding the public service receives, the top 3 services provided by the public service, the number of people who receive each of these top 3 services, the percentage of people who utilize these services as compared to the population of each county and Colorado, and the total budget surplus, if any, of the public service for the last 10 fiscal years, 4 measures, and it goes on. Folks, this amendment goes back to exactly what we've been saying. Let's figure out what the impact is. If what this bill does is lay out for the voters what the impact of their vote is, then by all means, let's make sure that what we do is tell people Number one, what it really deals with. Here are the public services we're talking about. Here are the people it serves. Here is the segment of our population it serves. And lo and behold, what surplus, if any? Why are we funding this service? What will a cut to this service mean, especially in terms of its historic funding profile? I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we ask for a no vote on this. We continue to believe that the current bill language strikes the proper balance between what goes in the title and what goes in the Blue Book.
Any further discussion on L6? Representative Rich.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment, and it's interesting that one of the sponsors just mentioned the Blue Book. While our colleague was reading this bill's not even really necessary. But if you're going to vote for it, the language that Minority Leader McKean just offered makes it so much easier for the voter to understand. So why not, if you really want the voter to know, why not vote yes on this amendment? Thank you.
Any further discussion on L6? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L6. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Minority Leader McKean.
Madam Chair, what a delight to be here with you tonight. I just delight in being able to serve with you.
Oh, and with you.
So, folks, this bill is about asking our voters their permission to do things. This bill is about changing the language by which we do that. If we're having a conversation with our voters about the things that we think are good, things that we think are proper to put in front of our voters, then it would seem to me that the larger question is, why don't we do that? Why don't we put this question before our voters? What we're actually saying in this bill is that the voters, we all know this, we talk about it a lot, the voters are our boss. They are the people who hold us accountable for what we do here. And the voters, because of the processes that we've put in place, our Blue Book, the kind of education that we put in front of our voters so they know what they're voting on, we've been trying to work on that a little bit to no avail. But what we're really saying is that there are ways that we can ask our voters the right question. I think the right question is to ask the question. I move Amendment L008 to House Bill 1321 and ask that be displayed.
L8 is properly moved and displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we noticed that nobody moved very fast because they know what this means. This is an easy one. Folks, this says let's refer this to the voters. Let's ask the voters if they want this information. Why don't we just ask? This entire bill is about just asking the voters. So why don't we just ask? Amendment L008 would refer to the people under referendum this question. It's something we can do easily. It's something we can do right here tonight and say, let's go ask the voters. Let's do it. This bill is primed and ready to go ask the voters, do you want to decide these questions this way? You've already told us you want to have a say under Tabor. You have told us that you want to have a voice. Let's ask them if they want a voice in this model. Let's ask them if they want this so that we actually know what we're preparing and that it is received by our voters. Folks, voting for this amendment is voting for the voters of this state. It's telling them they're in charge, they're in control. Their voices are the voices that we need to hear so we can say this is an idea that we pursue in their interest. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Well, Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues, I think this is a great amendment. As a matter of fact, I think it's near genius. Look what it does. Now, if my colleagues over here and sponsors don't appreciate the impact of this, I'm sorry, Colorado, because we all work for you. And many of us care what you think, and when you vote, your vote counts. This is a way right here to put this before the people. You all decide if you want the information this way, then we'll do it. If you don't, then we won't. Because it's your state. Citizens of Colorado, it's your state. It's not our state. It's not the state's state. It's not the state government's state. It's your state. And I, as a representative for the people, think this is a great amendment. And I have no idea why anybody would make any claim to reject this, unless for some reason, perhaps, they didn't want to hear your vote.
Let's not impugn motives here. Representative Sandridge, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Oh, and you.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Well, I wasn't going to speak on this until I was going to say that Representative Hortorf inspired me, but that's not really what happened, so I was in line. But I want to, I think when we're dealing with a topic that is associated with voting, and especially during the last election, I think we all can agree there's some sensitivity associated with elections, election rules. A lot of people believe different things, and some legitimate, some not, and but there's an array of beliefs associated with voting and voting integrity, and I think whenever we're discussing or implementing new rules associated with voting, especially during these sensitive times, it would be wise to put it to the voters. I didn't recognize how sensitive it was until the last election. I didn't recognize how concerned people were about certain changes. There may be a lot of people in favor of this bill, and there may be some that are overly concerned that we may not know about. I didn't know, and but I think there's a growing population that are concerned, and they may want more of a say over the structure of their voting, any new rules. So I think I stand in support of this amendment because it's kind of interesting. It allows the voters to vote on voting rules, and I think that's the best way to go. And also, whenever you use an amendment like this, you kind of take the stress off yourself, off us. We put it on them, because we all know whichever way we go, the other half isn't going to agree with it, or there's going to be a certain group that doesn't agree with your vote. But if we put it off on the community, then they can decide, and it's on them. And whatever path they decide, that's the path we deal with. So I think as representatives, we're here to represent our constituents in many topics. The clear majority of topics, 90% of the topics. But on really hotbed topics that are politically charged, very controversial, and raise emotions on different spectrums, I think something like that, we need to put it back to the voters' hands and let them decide. So I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I went to the back of the room and I was looking back down here, and I realized that a lot of people are sitting reading this bill. A lot of people raise their heads as they hear a special point or a special argument. That's been the intent of the amendments that I brought, is how do we give people more information to make the choice that they're going to make. This really sets it in the minds of our citizens to say, that is how I want to decide these things. Tabor's been around for a while, so now actually maybe I do want to find out what a tax cut would mean or what a decision would mean in terms of revenue. I think they deserve that. I think that's what we're sitting here doing, is we're educating ourselves on the decision we're going to make on this bill. Our voters deserve the same consideration. Our voters deserve to have a chance to say, this is how I would like to talk about Tabor. This is how I would like to figure out the impact of my decision on revenue. I think this is an easy yes. This is a yes that you're all engaged in right now. You're all engaged in a process of educating yourselves to what this bill means. Give your voters the same consideration. It's an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L8? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L8. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Oh, and you.
Thank you very much. The difficulty I have with this bill is that it implies that any increase or decrease in revenues or decrease in government service, I'm sorry, let me restate that. It implies that if any increase or decrease in revenues creates an increase or decrease in government services, and that's simply not true. Our constituents understand when it comes to government budgeting, it's about setting priorities. They want us to continuously look for efficiencies in government. They want us to find efficiencies before we take and put our hands out and ask for more money. They do not want us manipulating our way into trying to ask for a revenue increase or to prevent a decrease. Yes, I said manipulation. That is what this bill is really about. I ask for a no vote on the bill.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I sure like the title of the bill, but I don't find it to reflect what I see in the bill. So we might impugn Representative Hank's motive for reading this bill out loud for a while, but I appreciated it because it draws our attention to the wording. So if to achieve the goal of voter transparency on the ballot measures, if the wording starts out like this, shall funding available for public services offered by counties, school districts, water districts, fire districts, and other districts funded, at least in part by property taxes, be impacted by a reduction of such and such in property tax revenue? Or, if the title reads, in order to increase or improve levels of public services, including but not limited to, and that one's pretty interesting because that's in the case when we're asking them to approve a tax increase. So, for the sake of transparency, rather than say, shall we increase taxes? We say, hey, in order to increase or improve levels of public services, including but not limited to, Or, lastly, see if I missed one. Oh, I did. I went past it. So, but the third, which was the first one listed here, asking the voters, and this is for in case there would be a reduction in state tax revenue. It does not ask for a reduction in state tax revenue. In fact, it doesn't even ask for the voters to approve a reduction in the budget. But in such cases for reduction in tax revenue, the question to be asked will read, quote, shall funding available for state services that include but are not limited to whatever expenditure be impacted by a reduction a reduction to the state in the first full fiscal year that the measure reduces revenue and tax revenue? It's just, this is not transparency. This is not helping the voters to understand the question. In fact, I'm concerned that it's going to do much the opposite. This, remember what this is going to do. This is going to set the requirement for ballot measures that's presented to every voter every time we have ballot measures. There have been multiple amendments have been recommended by my side of the aisle to try to make this more fitting with what the title says for voter transparency. All of those amendments have been rejected, and the concern for me is nothing would be more important for a bipartisan agreement. That this body is trying to tell the voters, here's what this ballot measure is all about. And to make it clear, and I think we should all come together and agree on what makes that clear. And if we're not, then we're not, I don't think we're getting the job done. Receiving, accepting, working, constructive criticism is a way to improve things. And I have a real concern about this bill that there is not openness to improving, but rather we have the Jabberwockies language here. So I have a terrific concern about this bill, and I really feel like we ought to amend it significantly or simply not vote it into place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Have we moved off of Indiana Jones and onto Star Wars? Okay. Representative Rich.
I don't have anything to say about Star Wars. Back when I was the county clerk, we had a program in Mesa County, and it was called Kids Voting. And what it did was encourage kids to get involved with the voting process. They had their own ballot, and they had their own election. But what my office would do would create a ballot that a child could understand. We would take these questions that are already very complicated and make them about one sentence long. And they would get to vote those ballots. And of course, when the parents looked at those, they were like, wow, I wish we had a ballot like that, something that we could understand. The language in these state questions is already confusing enough, and now you're going to make a title much longer. One of the things that I remember when we had 12 or 13 state questions on a ballot is that now you've got several pages of a ballot, and they might vote for the candidates, but they didn't return the other, and sometimes they just said, you know, that was just too much. I would just rather not, I don't have time for that, I don't understand it, and this is going to make it even worse. And like I said, we already have the Blue Book that explains whether there's an increase or a decrease in taxes. That really puts it into layman's terms, not the legalese that you see on ballot questions. And, you know, this is not really necessary. and it just seems a little bit biased to me. I would ask for a no vote because it's not really necessary. We need to make this easier for the voters to understand, not more complicated. Thank you.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are rather interesting points, actually, that I had not considered. So thank you for that, Representative Rich, because not only does that, as you say, add to the ballots in terms of costing and other such things for the counties, but it also in some ways disenfranchises the voters because they get overwhelmed by the length of it and say, why bother? Speaking of the question, I note on page 5, we're talking transparency, which actually is the equivalent of truthfulness, right? We're trying to be more truthful to our people. We're trying to help them understand the consequences of any of their decisions, which I fully support that. I think everybody should be given as much information as possible, maybe not in this form, obviously, but I think that is a valid and good objective to have. One of the concerns that I have, though, in terms of truthfulness is I'm not sure that we can actually say these things truthfully. So I just want to pose a hypothetical. Let's imagine that as a state, our top 3 or our largest 3 areas of program expenditure are 1, dog grooming, 2, underwater basket weaving classes, and 3, purple green bean seeds, purchasing them and providing them for our farmers. So those are our 3 largest areas of program expenditure. According to page 5, the question would then read, shall funding available for state services that include, but are not limited to, dog grooming, underwater basket weaving classes, and purple green bean seeds, but by the way, purple green beans are delicious if you haven't had them, be impacted by a reduction of let's say, $1 million in tax revenue, etc. It's my understanding that we as the General Assembly would still have the authority to determine where those monies go. And so under this, it is saying that they would include a deduction in those 3 program areas. So are we limiting our authority under this bill for how we actually manage the budget? Will we actually have to abide this in order to say that we were truthful to our people? Shall funding available for state services that include these things be impacted by a reduction of? That tells me that we would have to reduce it by those amounts, that we wouldn't have the discretion to decide, we're not going to reduce anything under the underwater basket weaving class section because we have such a wonderful result from that. So we're going to actually reduce dog grooming by more. Are we reducing our discretion here? And that's a genuine question if the sponsors would be willing to answer. Thank you.
Any further discussion on House Bill 1321? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Unlike everybody that we've heard tonight, I absolutely appreciated the title of the bill, the transparency piece. I'm all about transparency and really like that. That being said, there were just a couple points that I wanted to make. One was about the Blue Book. I bet you everybody in this room reads the Blue Book with every election. I bet you just by virtue of the fact that we are in this room, I bet you we read the Blue Book. That being said, I suppose we can't say the same for every single voter in the state of Colorado, although I would like to think they do. All that being said, they always have the option. Whether they read it online, whether it's sent to them, they have the option. But as we heard a few moments ago from one of my colleagues, increasing this language would also increase the length of the ballot, and it could very well be overwhelming to some people. I don't know if that's true or not for everybody. I don't know the percentages of people it would be true for, but I thought I would at least point it out. The other piece that I just wanted to mention while we were talking about this bill were all of the tables, or the table, that would be listed. These are on page 4 and 5 for those of you that are following and that listened to when the bill was read at length. But it's the bill language says that if
If the change in a tax burden shown in the table is an increase, the change must be expressed as a dollar amount preceded by a plus sign. If the change in a tax burden shown in the table is a decrease, the change must be expressed as a dollar amount preceded by a negative sign. The director shall use the following income categories in creating the table. Now, I won't read the income categories because they are spread out they are spread out nicely, and I can tell that the sponsors took a lot of time trying to come up with this, but I will read one. I will read just the first one as an example. The federal adjusted gross income of $14,999 or less. So what we have is the adjusted gross income being used as each of the categories, and then that is forcing a table to be prepared by the director who will show the average tax burden change for filers within each income category. Now, some of you may know that, or those of you that are history buffs, and I think some of you know that I am, know that I'm just using it as an example here. Back in 1894, when the income tax was first instituted, it was a flat tax back then, and it was 2% of income over $4,000 was paid in income tax. So if you made over $4,000, the amount over $4,000, you would have to submit 2% of that as federal income tax. This was back in 1894. It was the Wilson-Gorman Tariff Bill was the name of it. And just so you know, $4,000 back then is approximately $100,000 in today's dollars. So that affected less than 10% of the citizens of the United States at that time. So less than 10% had to pay that income tax at all. And the reason that far more than 10% of us pay income taxes now is because of inflation, correct? Clearly, we've changed the tax code many, many times since then, but the point I'm making is that when inflation happens, when we set exact flat dollar amounts in legislation, in our statutes, and inflation happens, then those dollar amounts mean less and less and less as time goes on. So when I was looking at those tax brackets that were listed on page 4 and 5 for how we would set the tables in this, as specified in this bill, I thought maybe we should adjust those amounts for inflation. So with that, I move L010 and ask that it be displayed. Should be simple. L10 has been properly moved and displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I just explained my reasoning for that, but again, having flat amounts in statute, then we have to come back periodically. I know one of my early bills when I first came into the legislature was to just increase a flat amount for insurance, for certain types of insurance policies, because we had a flat amount in statute, and then as inflation was happening, the inflationary pressure was causing that amount to no longer really work properly in our statutes. So with that, I ask for an aye vote on L010.
Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Ransom. This is an interesting idea, and I think that we actually would be willing to talk with you about this. I think the hesitation in accepting it tonight is that we chose the income brackets in this bill based on the data that we could easily get through the Department of Revenue. And so we'd be happy to inquire with them and make sure that the way that they account for inflation is the same as what you've suggested here. But for tonight, I'm going to ask for a no vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate that. And if you can get it done in the Senate, or if well, I guess we can't add anything here now, but if you can maybe work on it in the Senate or we can talk about it later, I would absolutely appreciate that. And you might notice that I did ask when I was working on the amendment, I didn't put a specific index. I didn't use any of that because I just wanted to make it simple. I was hoping just to include the inflationary idea without necessarily tying you down to
specifics. Like I said, there are so many indices that can indices that would explain different types of inflation. So I would actually appreciate the chance to talk to you about it later. But in the meantime, I will ask for an aye vote, I guess.
Division.
Is there any further discussion on L10? I don't know where that is.
We're fine, let's go.
Yeah.
The question is the adoption of L10. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of L10, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. L10 is lost. Any further discussion on House Bill 1321? Seeing none, the question before us is the passage of House Bill 1321 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The bill passes. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to proceed out of order for immediate consideration of Senate Bill 250.
You have heard the motion. Mr. Gregorio, please read the title to Senate Bill 250.
Senate Bill 250 by Senators Fenberg and Gonzalez, also Representatives Lantin and Caraveo, concerning modifications to certain statutes governing the conduct of elections and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Lantin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 250 and the House State Affairs Report.
To the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. House State Affairs passed an amendment to clarify that multi-district and state assemblies may be held remotely if party rules allow. Ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill, Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colorado really has a gold standard system in terms of elections. Yes, yet that is not a reason to rest on our laurels. While other states seek to roll back voting rights and restrict ballot access, we continue to look forward. It's important that we continue to do so because COVID-19 really revealed a number of areas where we need to clean up issues within our system and several opportunities where we can continue to innovate. For example, more Coloradans than ever voted by Dropbox. During the pandemic, this was a very safe way to return your ballots, and we should learn from successes like Dropbox voting in order to maintain high levels of participation like those we saw in 2020. SB 21250 reflects this drive to improve our elections by building off prior advancements. Like previous cleanup bills, SB 250 makes a number of technical changes to address issues that the Secretary of State, the county clerks, and other stakeholders have observed in recent elections.
Representative Lantin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to go over some of the provisions of the bill that we've updated, the bill enhances our Dropbox system to help more voters cast their votes in this manner. It aligns the same hours and procedures that voters are afforded at VSPCs to those returning their ballot at drop boxes. This includes keeping drop boxes open until 7 on Election Day and making sure election judges only allow those voters who are in line by that time to drop off ballots. The bill also creates more opportunity for community members to provide public comment on the siting of drop boxes and VSPCs so that the clerks may take into account when making final plans. The bill addresses the issue of partisan interference by clarifying language concerning the definition of electioneering and asserts that voters cannot be challenged for reasons that are frivolous or unrelated to their eligibility to vote. Senate Bill 21250 also modernizes and improves online voter registration by allowing voters to register with the last 4 digits of their Social Security number should they not have a driver's license. And finally, the bill gives our political parties the authority to run caucuses and assemblies as they see fit, including the option for remote participation. A vast majority of these provisions came from suggestions made by the Clerks Association and the Secretary of State's office, and that is why both of them are in support of this bill, and I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in very strong opposition to this bill. I don't think it's the appropriate time in here, but I want to respond to a couple of things that were said. One is that this is a gold standard. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I think that's open for some discussion. But the notion that election laws are rolling back voter rights is something that just isn't true. The election integrity is not voter suppression. Real voter suppression is invalidating somebody's vote because you offset it with an invalid vote. If a valid voter who puts it in there deserves to have their vote counted, someone who is not a valid voter does not deserve. And the more you open the possibility of fraud, the more valid voters are offset by invalid votes. That is voter suppression. So let's knock off that kind of nonsense. This bill adds a new crime, a new misdemeanor. That's not a cleanup of the integrity. That's not a cleanup of the voter rolls. That's not a cleanup of election law. It's punitive on certain characteristics. This deserves to be debated at length. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Esteemed colleagues, I do sense a frustration from my colleague from El Paso County who wants to debate this at length. But before we do that, I would like to take the opportunity to read it at length. Because I think, and before I get started, I'll make a few comments. I think that we have 80 pages concerning modification to certain statutes governing the conduct of elections and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Well, Colorado, if we had the gold standard, why are we looking at 80 pages? Are we that screwed up? I thought we had the gold standard. I would presume that maybe if we had the gold standard, we might have 8 pages or 4 pages or a handful of pages.
Representative Holtorf, are you requesting?
But since we don't.
Representative Holtorf, are you requesting to have the bill read?
No, ma'am. I'm just speaking right now, and if I can, please.
Got it.
At your discretion, speak and make general comments about this bill, which I'm trying to do.
Members, it's a little loud. If everyone could keep your conversations to the side, please.
So I just think we need to know what's in this. The gold standard now is going to get another coat of gold maybe, so I'm going to take some time and read this. It starts with the bill for an act concerning modifications to certain statutes governing the conduct of elections and in conjunction therewith making an appropriation. Now, of course, when you hear that, making an appropriation, that means we're spending more money in the gold dome. Just for the record. $250,000, pocket change perhaps, but it is $250,000 next year here, just to get this gold standard a little shinier. So, bill summary, note, this summary applies to this bill as introduced and does not reflect any amendments that may be subsequently adopted. If this bill passes third reading in the House of Introduction, a bill summary that applies to the re-engrossed version of this bill will be available at http://leg.colorado.gov. The bill amends various laws related to the conduct of elections, including provisions related to, procedures for registering to vote and for automatic voter registration through voter registration agencies. Requirements related to political party organization, including requirements to precinct caucuses, county assemblies, and vacancy committees. Now, I'm going to get into the bill, but I noticed something about maybe we're going to have 16-year-olds now be in the caucus meetings and vote. I don't know if my 16-year-old could even figure out what prom dress to wear, let alone go to a precinct caucus and vote. But and we did have discussion earlier that we said our brains aren't even developed till we're 25, so boy. But we're going to have them in the caucuses perhaps voting, but I'll touch that when I get to it. It's just interesting how we rationalize certain things as we talk about certain subjects. Ballot access for candidates, including repealing the ability of an unaffiliated candidate for President of the United States to be nominated by paying a fee. Requirements for voter service in polling centers, voting in person, and emergency voting. Procedures for challenges to a person's right to vote. Procedures and requirements for circulating recall petitions and the conduct of recall elections, including municipal and local government recall elections. Prohibitions on electioneering in and within 100 feet of a polling place. Requirements for filing initiative petitions. Now, earlier my colleague said, Representative Holtorf, you look a little tired. I said, well, yeah, I'm a little worn out. We're doing a lot of bills, a lot of contentious bills real fast here, and there sure is a lot to analyze and absorb as we try to digest all these things in the short amount of time we have. But don't worry, I won't let it get to me. I will get through this. I'll read just about as steady as I can. Be it enacted by the General Assembly of the State of Colorado, Section 1, in Colorado Revised Statutes 1-1-104, amend parentheses 32 and 51 as follows. 1-1-104 definitions. As used in this code, unless the context otherwise requires. 32, primary election means the election held on the last Tuesday in June of each even-numbered year, and the presidential primary election held in accordance with Part 12 of Article 5 of this Title I. Parentheses 51, watcher means an eligible elector other than a candidate on the ballot who has been selected by a political party chairperson on behalf of the political party by a party candidate as a primary election, by an unaffiliated candidate at a general, comma, congressional vacancy, comma, or nonpartisan election, comma, or by a person designated by either the opponent or the proponents in the case of a ballot issue or ballot question. If selected by a political party chairperson or a party candidate, the watcher must be affiliated with that political party or unaffiliated as shown in the statewide voter registration system. If selected, I'm on page 3 now, by the way. I'll keep everybody apprised as we move through each page, don't worry. If selected by an unaffiliated candidate, the watcher must be unaffiliated as shown in the statewide voter registration system. Section 2. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-2-201, amend parentheses 3, parentheses B, parentheses Roman numeral 1 as follows. Now remember, this is the gold standard, so you wouldn't think we'd have to dig too deep in Colorado Revised Statutes because it's already plated in gold like the gold dome on the Capitol. But we're going to do a lot of revising as I talk and read about this, so here we go, as we revise. Registration required, deadlines, additional identifying information to be provided by first-time registrants, parentheses 3, parentheses B, and elector made timely register to vote by, parentheses 1, submitting an application through a voter registration drive, no later than 22 days before the election, except that if the 22nd day before an election is a Saturday, Sunday, state legal holiday, or federal holiday recognized by the United States Postal Service. The elector is permitted to register on the next day that is not a Saturday, Sunday, state legal holiday, or federal holiday recognized by the United States Postal Service. Section 3. In Colorado Revised Statute 1-2-202.5, amend parentheses 1, parentheses A, comma, parentheses 3, parentheses C, comma, parentheses 5, comma, parentheses 7, parentheses A, comma, parentheses 7, parentheses B, comma, and parentheses 7, parentheses C, parentheses Roman numeral 2, semicolon, and add parentheses 7, parentheses D as follows. 1-2-202.5, online voter registration. Online changes in elector information. Parentheses 1, parentheses A. An elector may register to vote, and a registered elector may change his or her residence in the registration record, or change or withdraw his or her affiliation by completing an electronic form on the official website of the Secretary of State if the elector's signature is stored in digital form in the database systems maintained by the Department of State. Pursuant to 1-2-301, parentheses 1, or is accessible to the Department of State in accordance with the requirements of Section 1-2-302, parentheses 6. If the elector provides the last 4 digits of the elector's Social Security number, and the number can be validated through the Department of Revenue pursuant to Section 1-2-302, 6.7. Well, how do you know that the person that's making those changes is the person? Not a rhetorical question, because most of our Social Security numbers have already been peddled away on the dark web. And anybody could get in there. Anybody could get in there and put 4 numbers down and make a lot of changes to another person, Colorado. Is anybody awake? So right there, I haven't got page 3, and I've already got serious concerns. Extremely serious concerns about that particular feature. The electric voter registration form must include a place for the elector to input additional information as determined by the Secretary of State, necessary to locate the elector's signature in the database specified in subsection 1 of this section, and a place for the elector to assent to the use of the signature for voter registration purposes. Well, I already thought that we had to sign. We had to put our signature when we registered to vote, and then we put our signature on the ballot when we voted, so we knew that was us. Signature is a great way to verify somebody is somebody. But I think that might come out of here too. There might be a provision later as I read that's going to make that not needed. Those signatures aren't that important here in a little bit. The electronic voter registration form must, I'm on page 4 now, for those of you paying attention at home. Parentheses C, parentheses 1, a place for the elector to input additional information as determined by the Secretary of State necessary to locate the elector's signature in the database, specified in subsection 1 of this section, a place for the elector to assent to the use of signature for voter registration purposes. Wonder how many times I'll get to read that. I don't think she's paying attention. That's okay. I'll go to the next paragraph. A place for the elector in the alternative to enter the last 4 digits of the elector's Social Security number to be validated pursuant to subsection 1 of this section and to upload his signature electronically. Now, one thing that is interesting, if you've ever been to a checkout counter and you have to try to sign your name on those little pads, it just doesn't look like it when you sign your name with a pen, does it? Oh boy, there's a big difference when you got your big fat finger in there and you're trying to scribble it, but when you have a pen, it's different. So I don't even know how you're going to know. Could be anybody scribbling on that electronically. Another concern of mine. The signature requirement of Section 1-2-201, parentheses 2, is met by an elector's assent on the electronic application to the use of his or her signature for voting registration purposes. The return of an elector's signature in response to a notice sent pursuant to subsection parentheses 7, parentheses A, or parentheses 7, parentheses B of this section, or the return of an elector's signature and a copy of the elector's identification pursuant to section 1-7.5-107.3, parentheses 1.5. Now, I know what Representative Valdez is thinking. Is my voice going to get tired? No, sir, not in eastern Colorado. We love to talk. Parentheses 7, parentheses A, parentheses 1. When a person completes an electronic voter registration form in accordance with subsection 3 of this section and is qualified to register based on the information provided in the form, the county clerk and recorder shall search for the elector's signature in the database system specified in parentheses 1 of this section. If the signature is found, the county clerk and recorder shall approve the new registrant pursuant to the subsection 6 of this section and shall add the elector to the computerized statewide voter registration list maintained by the Secretary of State pursuant to 1-2-301, parentheses 1. Now, I don't know about you all, but after the election, I've got 9 counties, and I did not have 9 county clerks clamoring to good old Representative Holtorf and House districts clamoring for election reform of this type. I did not have my 9 county clerks saying we must modify the statutes governing the conduct of elections. We've got to do this. In fact, not one of them made mention of this particular requirement at all. Interestingly, if a signature is not found but the elector provided the last 4 digits of the elector's social security number, the county clerk and recorder shall approve the new registration pursuant to the subsection 6 of this section and shall add the elector to the computerized statewide voter registration list maintained by the Secretary of State pursuant to section 1-2-301, parentheses 1. Well, how do you know it's the person? Well, it's the last 4 of their social security number, says the bill sponsors. Well, how do you know that's the person? When I was in college, you used to put the last 4 on there. Actually, we used to put all the social security numbers on there because we didn't have that. But now, you put the last 4 on there to identify the person, and people already know what people's last 4 is. It's almost open source. Certain college campuses. I will continue. They send to the elector's address of record by non-forwardable mail notice that the elector has been registered to vote, a postage-paid, pre-addressed return form by which the elector may return a signature, and information on how the elector can upload a signature electronically. Well, I would argue that the signature should be there on record and validated and verified on record before you ever approve the new registrant and update the computerized statewide voter registration list. Just saying. If we want integrity, if we want accuracy, let's do it up front. That would be the responsible thing. But to sign them up and then go post facto trying to chase signatures, I think may be a little careless. I'll continue. When a registered elector completes an electronic form to change his or her residence or change or withdraw his or her affiliation, the county clerk and recorder shall search for the registered elector's signature in the database specified in subsection 1 of this section. If the signature is found, the county clerk and recorder shall approve the change in status pursuant to subsection 6 of this section and shall make the changes indicated on the electronic form in the computerized statewide voter registration list maintained by the Secretary of State pursuant to Section 1-2-301, parentheses 1. Hold on, here's where it gets interesting, Colorado. If a signature is not found, but the elector provided the last 4 digits of the elector's social security number, the county clerk and recorder shall approve the change in status pursuant to the subsection 6 of this section and shall make the changes indicated in the voter form in the computerized statewide voter registration list maintained by the Secretary of State pursuant to Section 1-2, I'm on page 6, by the way, 301, parentheses 1, and send the elector's address of record by non-forwardable mail, notice of the change in status, a postage-paid pre-addressed return form by which the elector may return a signature, and inform on how the elector can upload a signature electronically. What I find striking, ladies and gentlemen, is the elector can upload a signature electronically, or they may return a signature. But as we know, Colorado and my fellow colleagues, word matter. Now, if I wanted to really be emphatic about these things, I would say the elector shall return a signature, and the elector must upload a signature electronically, and/or. You know, they might not feel like they need to, not want to get around to it, might get busy doing other things, and you'll never really be able to get that signature. Actually, 2 signatures. I'll continue. A change or withdrawal of affiliation made in accordance with this section applies to an election if the elector completes the electronic form no later than 22 days. It was 29, but now we're going to shave off a week because I guess we have to. I don't know if that's to make the gold standard golder. I don't think that's a word. Before the election, except that if the 29th, don't strike out, the 22nd day before an election is a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday, the change or withdrawal applies if made by the next day that is not a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday. Parentheses D, parentheses Roman numeral 1. If a notice provided under subsection parentheses 7, parentheses A, parentheses 2, or parentheses 7, parentheses B, parentheses 2 of this section is returned as undeliverable within 20 days after the clerk and recorder mails the notice, well, you got 22 days, 20 days, 2 days to handle it. Don't let it sit on the kitchen table very long, Colorado. After the county clerk and recorder mails the notice, the person's registration or change in status is canceled, and the person is deemed never to have registered or changed status. Well, that doesn't help. Wouldn't you want more time? Because in my house, sometimes that mail will sit on the kitchen table for a couple days, might be a week. I think we'd want to add more time to that. Just offering some suggestions for amendments to make it better for Colorado citizens. If the notice is returned as undeliverable after 20 days after the clerk and recorder mails the notice, the person's registration is marked inactive. Parentheses Roman numeral 2, notwithstanding subsection parentheses 7, parentheses D, parentheses Roman numeral 1 of this section, if a person votes in an election after submitting the application for registration or change in status, but before the notice is returned as undeliverable, the person's registration or change in status shall not be canceled, and the registration shall not be marked inactive. Now we go to Section 4. This is page 7. In Colorado Revised Statute 1-2-302, amend 6 and 7 as follows. 1-2-302. For those of you with the red books at home that say Colorado Revised Statutes, you can just go right to those books and you can follow along. Maintenance of computerized statewide voter registration list confidentiality. Parentheses 6, 7. The Department of Revenue shall enter into an agreement with the Federal Commissioner of Social Security for the purpose of verifying applicable information in accordance with the requirements of Section 303, parentheses A, parentheses B, parentheses, capital B, parentheses, II, of the Federal Help America Vote Act of 2002. That's 52 United States Code, Section 20,901, et sec. And I learned what that meant. I think it's all after. Had somebody help me with that last time I was up here doing this. On or before March 1st, 2022, the Department of Revenue shall provide access to the Department of State for verification of a person's name, date of birth, and the last four digits of the person's Social Security number, pursuant to the agreement entered into under this section to allow real-time interactive validation of online voter registration applicants, pursuant to Section 1-2-202.5. And that is pretty important, I would say, that particular section. Number one, we want to know that usually the Department of State knows who a U.S. citizen is. If you're a U.S. citizen, that's why we would want that, because we want U.S. citizens to be voting. We don't want foreign nationals to be voting. We don't want undocumented immigrants to be voting. We want U.S. citizens to vote in a U.S. election. Additionally, the Social Security Office, you'd want them to verify those numbers, last four only, but there still could be a danger in that. I don't know why we don't use all the digits of the Social Security number. But interestingly enough, I remember years ago, I don't know if you can even do this now, but years ago you could go down to Pecos Avenue for about $100, you could buy a Social Security card. Good number too. So we got to be awful careful just using the last four. I think we need all the numbers because we don't want what's called identity fraud, identity theft. And I know folks have heard about this. Is this where you get your Social Security number stolen and someone else uses it that's not really you because it was sold on the dark web? So how secure are we? How secure does all this become? Well, I don't know. Let me go to Section 5. I'm getting a little off topic here. In Colorado Revised Statute 1-2-213.3, Amendment, parentheses 8 as follows, 1-2-213.3, transfer of new voter registration records from Department of Revenue, parentheses 8. After the 20-day period described in subsection 7 of this section passes, the registration information on a person's registrant pursuant to this section, including the fact that the person was just registered through a voter registration agency, becomes a registration record that must be maintained and made available in the public inspection in accordance with section, I'm on page 8 now, 1-2-227, information relating to the return of a notice form by a person declining to be registered or pre-registered, and information relating to the specific agency at which a person was registered pursuant to this section is not a public record subject to public inspection and shall not be used for any purpose other than voter registration statistics. Section 6 in Colorado Revised Statutes 1-2-213.5, add parentheses 1 parentheses C as follows. 1-2-213.5, state institutions of higher education, electronic voter registration options, information to students. Each state institution of higher education, subject to section parentheses 1 parentheses A of this section, shall during the first full week of each fall semester and during the last full week of each spring semester provide by email to each enrolled student information on voter eligibility, on how to register to vote or update their voter registration information in the statewide voter registration database. Okay. What about all the out-of-state students? Do they get to vote? Do they vote back home in their home state? Do they vote in Colorado? Does their little brother vote while the ballot comes in back home and then they vote here? Or does their mother vote back home because they're not home, but she knows how they're going to vote? She knows how they'll vote. And then they vote here. Or do they fly home to vote and then come back to college? I don't know how that gets mitigated. Now, people will say, Holtorf, what are you talking about? That's never happened. Really? Never happened. Well, I heard some testimony last December to the contrary. I'll continue. Section 7 in Colorado Revised Statutes 1-2-217.7, amend parentheses 4, parentheses A, parentheses Roman numeral 2, and parentheses 4, parentheses A, Roman numeral 3, and repeal parentheses 4, parentheses A, Roman numeral 4 as follows. 1-2-217.7, registration on or immediately prior to Election Day. On or immediately prior to Election Day. We'll just register on Election Day. That's okay. Locations, rules, election, legislative declaration, parentheses 4, registration at voter service and polling centers. An elector may register and vote prior to an election or on Election Day if the elector, parentheses 2, completes and signs a voter registration application in the form prescribed by the Secretary of State by rule, which application must include the questions contained in Section 1-2-204, parentheses 2, and completes and signs a self-affirmation specified in Section 1-2-205. Section 8, page 9 now. In Colorado Revised Statute 1-2-219, amend parentheses 1 as follows. 1-2-219, changing or withdrawing declaration of affiliation. Number parentheses 1. An eligible elector desiring to change or withdraw the elector's affiliation may do so by completing and signing a prescribed request for the change or withdrawal and filing it to the county clerk and recorder, or by submitting a personal letter written by the elector to the county clerk and a recorder at any time up to including what used to say 29 days, but now it says 22nd day, preceding a primary election, except that if the 22nd day before the primary election is a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday. The change or withdrawal applies if made by the next day that is not a Saturday, Sunday, or legal holiday. It's usually a Monday or Tuesday, where I'm from. The prescribed form or personal letter for the change must include the elector's printed name, address within the county, birth date, and the last 4 digits of the elector's Social Security number. If the elector wishes to state it in signature and the date and the elector's previous affiliation status, and the requested change in affiliation status, a prescribed form must be furnished by the county clerk and recorder upon the elector's oral or written request. Upon receiving the request, the county clerk and recorder shall change the elector's affiliation on his or her registration record. If the affiliation is withdrawn, the designation on the elector's registration record must be changed to unaffiliated. If an elector changes affiliation, the elector is entitled to vote at any primary election only the ballot of the political party to which the elector is currently affiliated. Well, that seems fair. A change or withdrawal of affiliation may not be made by anyone other than the elector. Well, we would hope. So we better have pretty good cybersecurity, and we better have good measures in place, especially measures that identify us clearly, electronically, in person. Ways that make sure, as my colleague from El Paso County said, that people that are voting are the people that are voting. and their votes aren't getting canceled out by somebody that's not supposed to vote. You know, I remember his words. I don't know how long ago it was, but I remember them. But I digress. Notwithstanding any other provision of the law or declaration or change of affiliation made by any unaffiliated elector in accordance with this section must be deferred if the elector has already been mailed a primary election ballot packet. The deadline by which the elector must declare, change, or withdraw, I'm on page 10 now, just so you know. There's only 80, so we won't be long. The deadline by which the elector must declare, change, or withdraw an affiliation as specified in this subsection, parentheses 1, only applies to a primary election that does not apply to a general or coordinated election. Section 9 in Colorado Revised Statute 1-2-222, amend parentheses 1, parentheses 2, and parentheses 3 as follows. 1-2-222 errors in recording of affiliation. If an elector goes to the elector's legal voting place to vote at any primary election or to the office of the county clerk and recorder and contends that an error was made in the recording of the elector's affiliation in the statewide voter registration system, or that the affiliation has been unlawfully changed or withdrawn, now, just so you know, that would be that identity problem. Identity theft, identity fraud, and then somebody manipulating the records. The election judges or the county clerk and recorder shall allow the elector to make and sign an affidavit, which shall be substantially in the form provided in subsection 4 of this section. Any election judge or the county clerk and recorder has the authority to administer the oath and take the acknowledgement of the elector's affidavit. When the affidavit is completed, the county clerk and recorder shall make the change as specified in the affidavit using the date provided by the elector on the affidavit as the new affiliation date. Parentheses 3, for the purpose of determining the eligibility of candidates for nomination in accordance with section 1-4-601, parentheses 4, parentheses A, and 1-4-801, parentheses 4, the eligibility of persons to vote at any precinct, caucus, assembly, or convention in accordance with section 1-3-101, or the eligibility of persons to sign petitions in accordance with section 1-4-801, parentheses 2, the date of declaration of the party affiliation of the elector must, well, that's the first time I saw that. That's good, must, that's a strong word, be the date which the elector alleges by affidavit to be the correct date of affiliation. Printed affidavit forms must be furnished in the election judges by the various election precincts. The affidavit form must be substantially as follows, and then they have a pattern for the affidavit. Looks like something you'd kind of go in a lawyer's office to sign. State of Colorado, county of, I state your name, or write your name in this case, believe an error has been made as to the recording of my party affiliation or a change unlawfully made or a withdrawal unlawfully made in the statewide voter registration system, do solemnly swear or affirm that the party affiliation is now shown in the statewide voter registration system is an error or has been unlawfully changed or has been unlawfully withdrawn, and that my correct party affiliation should be blank instead of blank, and request that the party affiliation be corrected in the statewide voter registration system. My correct affiliation was made on or before date and signed, prescribed and sworn to me by, before me, this blank date of blank election judge or county clerk. Kind of like a notarized form, it looks like. Section 10, page 12. In Colorado Revised Statute 1-2-502.5, amend parentheses 4, parentheses C, and parentheses 8, and add parentheses 7.5 as follows. 1-2-502.5. Transfer of voter registration information to Secretary of State. Parentheses 4. If the record is complete for purposes of voter registration, the county clerk and recorder shall send to the person's address of record on non-forwardable mail notice that the person has been registered to vote in a postage-paid pre-addressed return form by which the person may which I think it should say shall, but may provide a signature if at the time the elector applied for the medical assistance, the person did not use a Colorado driver's license or identification number and did not provide an electronic copy of their signature. The form must include information on how the elector can upload a signature electronically. 7.5, parentheses 7.5, parentheses A, subject to compliance with all applicable federal laws and regulations, the Department of Healthcare Policy and Finance, affectionately known as HCPF in this building, shall provide to the Secretary of State on a schedule established by the Secretary of State notice of any registered elector who informs the Department of a change of name or address. Upon receiving notice of the change of name or address, the Secretary of State shall provide the information to the county clerk and recorder of the county in which the elector resides. The county clerk and recorder of the county in which the elector resides shall change the registration record of the elector to reflect the change of name and address. Mark the registration record as active and send to the elector's address of record by forwarding mail notice of the change. A postage-paid pre-addressed return form by which the elector may verify or correct information and information on how the elector can return a signature or upload a signature electronically if the elector does not have a signature on file. Parentheses C, I'm on page 13 now. If the elector returns the form described in subsection parentheses 7.5, parentheses B of this section, it indicates that the change was in error, the appropriate clerk and recorder shall immediately correct the elector's previously updated information on the statewide voter registration database. After the 20-day period described in subsection 7 of this section passes, the registration information of a person registered pursuant to this section, including the fact that the person was registered through a voter registration agency, becomes a registration record that must be maintained and made available for public inspection in accordance with 1-2-227. Information relating to the return of a notice form by a person declining to be registered and information relating to the specific agency at which a person was registered pursuant to this section is not a public record subject to inspection and shall not be used for any purpose other than voter registration statistics. Now I go to section 11 rather. In Colorado Revised Statute 1-3-101, amend parentheses 1, parentheses A, and parentheses C, parentheses A as follows. 1-3-101. Party affiliation required residence. Because we know that you need to be a resident of your county, you need to be a resident of the state to vote. That's your right. And a registered voter of the party that you vote in. So parentheses 1, parentheses A, in order to vote at any precinct caucus, assembly, or convention of a political party, the elector must be a resident of the precinct for 22 days. And must be registered to vote no later than 22 days before the caucus, assembly, or convention. And must be affiliated with the political party holding the caucus, assembly, or convention for at least 22 days as shown in the statewide voter registration system, except that any registered elector may, who has attained the age of 18 years, or who has become a naturalized citizen during the 22 days immediately preceding the meeting, may vote in any caucus, assembly, or convention, even though the elector has been affiliated with the political party for less than 22 days. Wow. I have serious reservations about that. If allowed by a political party's rules, a pre-registrant, well, they did strike out something here that looks good. I won't read it because it's struck out. May vote at any caucus, assembly, or convention. If the pre-registrant has been a resident at the precinct for 22 days before the caucus, assembly, or convention, and has been affiliated with the political party holding the caucus, assembly, or convention for at least 22 days as shown in the statewide voter registration system, except that a pre-registrant who pre-registered within the 22 days immediately preceding the meeting may vote at any caucus, assembly, or convention, even though the pre-registrant has been affiliated with the political party for less than 22 days. Parentheses 3, parentheses A, no later than 21 days prior to the date of the precinct caucus or 18 days prior to the date of the precinct caucus in a year in which a political party's precinct caucus is held on the first Saturday following the presidential primary election. The county clerk and recorder shall furnish without charge to each major political party in the county a list of the registered electors in the county who are affiliated with that political party. Notwithstanding Section 1-2-227, parentheses 2, the list must include pre-registrants whose information is otherwise confidential. Moving on to Section 12, in Colorado Revised Statute 1-3-102, amend parentheses 1, parentheses A, parentheses Roman numeral 1, and parentheses 2, parentheses A, semicolon, repeal parentheses 1, parentheses A, Roman numeral 3, and add as follows. 1-3-102, precinct caucuses. Parentheses 1, parentheses A, parentheses Roman numeral 1. Precinct committee persons and delegates to county assemblies must be elected at precinct caucuses that must be held in a public place or in a private home that is open to the public during the caucus in which or proximate to each precinct at a time and place to be fixed by the county central committee or executive committee of each party. The precinct caucus must be held in each even-numbered year on a date no earlier than the first Tuesday in March or no later than the first Saturday after the first Tuesday in March. The County Central Committee shall notify the Secretary of State and the clerk and recorder of each county in the state of the precinct caucus dates on or before January 2nd of the year in which the election is held. Page 16. Parentheses 2, parentheses A. The participants at the precinct caucus shall also elect 2 precinct committee persons. Any person 18 years of age or older. Well, I like that. Age of majority 18, that's good. Most of those folks are a little older, but now we say, or a person 16 years of age or older who is pre-registered to vote. Well, that is interesting. Now when you're 16, you're going to get involved at that precinct level and start voting. Not out of high school yet. Might have just got your driver's license. Might not have your driver's license yet. Might still be in sophomore, junior in high school. What were you doing back then, Colorado? Were you thinking about how you're going to vote in a precinct caucus? Or are you worried about your prom coming up? Or maybe what you're doing in your spring sports, playing baseball or track and field. That befuddles me. For the bill sponsors, what in the world are we doing at 16? My goodness. Maybe our brains are fully developed and we know just what to do with politics in the state of Colorado and this country. Maybe a candidate for the office of precinct chairperson if he or she has been a resident of the precinct for 22 days and has been affiliated with the political party holding the precinct caucus for a period of at least 22 days preceding the date of the precinct caucus, except that any person who has attained the age of 18 years has attained the age of 16 years and pre-registered to vote. So to the bill sponsors, does that mean that the 16-year-old kid that's got to play baseball Thursday night and Friday night is now going to be a candidate for a precinct chairperson? I hope not. Because I haven't heard of anything like that before. But I think I'm reading it right here, ladies and gentlemen. Colorado, right here. I think this is probably a precedence. or who has become a naturalized citizen during the 22 days immediately preceding the precinct caucus may be a candidate for the office of precinct chairperson, even though he or she has been affiliated with a political party for less than 22 days as shown in a statewide voter registration system. The two people receiving the highest number of votes at the caucus for precinct committee person are elected as the precinct committee persons of the precinct. If two or more candidates for precinct committee person receive an equal or the second highest number of votes, or if three or more candidates receive an equal or the highest number of votes, the election must be determined by a lot by those candidates. That's like drawing straws or picking numbers or something, I believe. Casting lots. All disputes regarding the election of a precinct committee persons are determined by the credentials committee of the respective party assemblies. The names of the committee persons elected must be certified to the county assembly of the political party by the officers of the caucus. Presiding officer and the secretary of the county assembly shall file a certified list of the names and addresses by precinct of those persons elected at the precinct committee persons with the county clerk and recorder within 4 days after the date of the county assembly. Page 17, notwithstanding any provision to the contrary, a participant at a precinct caucus may participate remotely, including casting the participant's vote by email, mail, telephone, or through an internet-based application if allowed by the party's rules. Hope the internet-based application has good cybersecurity. Section 13. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-3-103, amend parentheses 1, parentheses A, and add parentheses 11 as follows. Or is that 1-1? As follows. 1-3-103, party committees, parentheses 1, parentheses A. At its own precinct caucus, which can have a lot of 16-year-olds in there now, at a house near the caucus location, each political party shall elect 2 committee persons for each election precinct as provided in Section 1-3-102. Each committee person shall hold the position for a term of 2 years after the date of the election, and each shall serve until a successor is duly elected or appointed and commences the term of office. In case of a vacancy in the office of the precinct committee person, so if that 16-year-old doesn't show up because he's got something else to do and doesn't think that's that important, never heard of that before, then the vacancy may be filled by the members of the County Central Committee Vacancy Committee. If the County Central Committee Vacancy Committee does not fill the vacancy within 30 days of the vacancy occurring, the vacancy may be filled by the recommendation of the county chair, subject to ratification by the County Central Committee. If the county chair does not fill the vacancy within 60 days of the vacancy occurring, the vacancy may be filled by the recommendation of the state chair, subject to ratification by the County Central Committee. The person selected must be a resident of the precinct in which the vacancy occurred. If a central committee of a jurisdiction fails to select a vacancy committee, the central committee of the jurisdiction serves as the vacancy committee. Section 14, I'm on page 18 now, in Colorado Revised Statute 1-4-502, amend parentheses 3, parentheses A as follows. 1-4-502, methods of nomination for partisan candidates for general elections. The nomination of a major political party for lieutenant governor shall be made by the party's candidate for governor no later than 7 days after the official statewide election results for the primary election are certified, pursuant to Section 1-10-105, parentheses 1. The party's candidate for governor shall select a candidate for lieutenant governor and shall file a written nomination of the candidate with the Secretary of State. Other nominations for the office of lieutenant governor may be made by petition for nomination of an unaffiliated candidate as provided in Section 1-4802, or by a minor political party as provided in Section 1-41304, parentheses 2. Section 15 in Colorado Revised Statute 1-4-601, add parentheses 1.5 as follows. 1-4-601, delegation of candidates for primary election repeal. To be named as a candidate for designation by assembly, a person must provide notice as follows: no less than 30 days before the assembly, unless otherwise provided by party rules. I like that 30-day rule. 22, it was 29, now it's 22, but that 30-day rule is a good rule. A lot of times when you move to a new place, you haven't even unpacked your suitcase, you haven't even got your furniture yet, you haven't done a lot of things. A person seeking designation by a county assembly must provide notice to the county chair. A person seeking designation by a multi-county district assembly must provide notice to the multi-county district chair and the state chair, and a person seeking designation by the state assembly must provide notice to the state chair. Section 16, I'm on page 19 now. In Colorado Right Statutes 1-4-602, amend parentheses 1, parentheses A, parentheses Roman numeral 1, and add parentheses 1, parentheses A, Roman numeral 4, and parentheses 7 as follows. 1-4602, delegates to party assemblies. Definition, parentheses 1, parentheses A, Roman numeral 1, except as provided in subsection 1, parentheses A, parentheses Roman numeral 4 of this section, county assemblies must be held no later than 21 days after the precinct caucus. Then there's a bunch of strikeouts here. I'll go by that. The county central committee or executive committee shall fix the number of delegates from each precinct to participate in the county assembly pursuant to the procedure for the selection of delegates contained in the state party central committee's bylaws or rules. The persons receiving the highest number of votes at the precinct caucus shall be the delegates to the county assembly from the precinct. If two or more candidates receive an equal number of votes for the last available place in the election of delegates to the county assembly at the precinct caucuses, the delegate must be determined by lot by the candidates, except as provided in subsection parentheses 2 and parentheses 6 of this section. The delegates to all other party assemblies shall be selected by the respective county assemblies from among the members of the county assemblies pursuant to the state party central committee's bylaws or rules. If allowed by the party's rules, a county assembly must be held on the same day as the precinct caucuses on a date allowed pursuant to section 1-3102, parentheses 1, parentheses A, parentheses Roman numeral 1. Now I'm on page 20. The county central committee or executive committee shall notify the Secretary of State and the clerk and recorder of each county of the decision on or before January 2nd of the year in which the election will be held. Parentheses 7, notwithstanding any provisions to the contrary, a participant at the county assembly may participate remotely, including casting the participant's vote by email, mail, telephone, or through an internet-based application if allowed by the party's rules. Now, I remember when I did this as a young man, you had to be there in person. Local politics was a participative sport, and that dynamic and that interaction was the essence, I thought, of governance and government and political participation at the local level. You had to show up, you had to be there, you had to interact with folks, you had to talk with folks. We didn't do it remotely. We didn't do it through internet applications. That might be a little old-fashioned. email voting. But I digress. Section 17 in Colorado Revised Statute 1-4-801, amend 5, parentheses 5, parentheses A, and parentheses 6 as follows. 1-4-801. Oh, and I did want to point out earlier that, when everybody's there in person, everybody's there and you know who they are. And people get to know who you are. And it is just a great experience. It's truly a great experience in the political system to be in person so you can interact as a human being. Something that we're getting farther and farther away from in so many ways, even here in this chamber. Section 17 in Colorado Revised Statute 1-4801, amend parentheses 5, parentheses A, and parentheses 6 as follows. 1-4-801, designation of party candidates by petition. Parentheses 5, parentheses A, party petitions shall not be circulated nor any signatures be obtained prior to the third Tuesday in January. Petitions must be filed no later than the close of business on the third Tuesday in March. A candidate for a presidential primary election shall not begin circulating petitions before the first Monday in November of the year preceding the year in which the presidential primary election is held. A candidate must file a petition no later than the close of business on the 85th day before the date of the presidential primary election. Section 18 in Colorado Revised Statute 1-4-802, amend parentheses 1, parentheses B, and parentheses 1, parentheses F, Roman numeral 2, as follows. 1-4-802, petitions for nominating minor political party and unaffiliated candidates for a partisan office. Parentheses 1, candidates for the partisan public offices to be filed at a general or congressional vacancy election who do not wish to affiliate with a major political party may be nominated other than by a primary election or a convention in the following manner. This is a great civics lesson. I'm loving this. Parentheses B, each petition must contain only the name of one candidate for one office, except that any petition for a candidate for President of the United States must also include a candidate for Vice President. And a candidate for governor must also include a candidate for lieutenant governor. Together they shall be considered joint candidates at the election office. Now I've just got, okay. I'm going to go through up to section 19. Because this is fascinating, and I've participated in this in my own county, Washington County, Colorado, when I was younger. Of course, it wasn't when I was 16, because I was doing other things when I was 16, as most kids are. So I have no idea why we're reaching down to 16 to play this game, but I guess we are in this bill. But getting back to this, I'm going to finish through section 18. So if I need to, I can pick up and not forget where I left off. So here, take a look at that note, please. In the case of nominations for President and Vice President of the United States, the joint candidate shall submit a list of presidential electors endorsed by the electors, and the names of the presidential electors must be added to the petition. Parentheses F, parentheses 2, petitions to nominate candidates of minor political parties must be filed no later than the close of business on the 85th day before the primary election as specified in section 1-4-101. Now, colleagues, I'm going to stop there. I will mark my place. I think my colleagues would like to offer some other things to consider. I have enjoyed and appreciated the time reading this as we talk about what we do at the precinct level, at the county assembly level, at the caucus level. So at this time, I will believe I will offer the well to my Assistant Minority Leader.
Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I have an amendment here that I'd like to run, and so I move L027, and I ask that it be displayed.
L27 has been properly moved and displayed. Would you like to explain your amendment?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. And so, members, the purpose of L27 or 027 has to do with Section 69 of the bill. So, Section 69 of the bill talks about voting more than once, talks about multiple ballots going in by maybe one or any one in particular person. And the idea there is that if you look at the new language versus the existing language that's currently in statute, there's an emphasis placed on intent. I've spoken with folks out of El Paso, specifically my clerk and recorder. I've also spoken with my DA out of the 4th Judicial. There is some concern in and around the idea of just kind of hanging the hat, so to speak, on intent, because it makes it difficult to actually not go after, but be able to look at the circumstances in and around where you would have one individual that may submit 2 ballots in order to make sure that there isn't some sort of voter fraud. Certainly leaving statute the way that it exists, the way that it currently reads now, definitely would be the preferred, in my opinion, because ultimately what it does is it allows that investigation to happen, where the DA, obviously, I think every county, they turn over those concerns that they have. I actually recently did a tour of my elections office there in El Paso, and those ballots that kind of have some sort of question around them, right? Whether it was a signature or whether it was a duplication or what have you, they're set to the side. Those are turned over to the DA. The DA then looks at those, and then they look at the circumstances surrounding each one of those individually. But I think the way that 250 reads currently, it makes it a lot more difficult to even consider and have that investigation because everything is around the intent. And that can be a little problematic, obviously. And so the idea of L027 is to leave statute the way that it currently reads in the event that there are multiple ballots that should be submitted. Definitely the preferred approach that we currently have, one certainly looked at by El Paso. And so I would ask for a yes vote on L027.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Assistant Minority Leader Geithner, for your explanation. I just want to remind voters that Colorado's system ensures that 2 votes will not be counted because we only count the first ballot back to the county clerk. That is the system we currently have in place, and this is just a further refinement of that to make sure that we take into account voters' intent. If that is a mail ballot, then the voter gets vote credit in the voter registration database, and no other ballot for that voter will be counted. If that's an in-person ballot, and the voter's mail ballot later arrives, the later arriving mail ballot will not be counted. This change in Senate Bill 250 continues to allow DAs to investigate voter fraud, but voters will not be charged with an offense if they did not have the intent to vote twice. So this amendment is not needed, and I would ask for a no vote on it. Thank you.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I guess I would like to ask the sponsors if they could tell me on this particular section of the bill, who requested that this be changed? Nobody? Okay. Okay. All right. I'll wait for that answer from the sponsor.
Representative Hanks.
I think we have a lot of ideas to make this bill either better or more palatable in depending on your point of view. As we organize those and develop more, I might pick up where my friend and colleague Representative Holtorf left off. And I sincerely mean this. I imagine it's questioned to or prone to question, but I do find this useful. And when we are about
Representative Hanks, we are on the amendment still.
Oh, we are. Well, then let me step away with my apologies, Madam Chair. I was getting ready to carry on in Representative Holtorf's stead.
Is there any further discussion? Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to speak in support of the amendment. Real quickly, the fact that we're saying that you have to intend to vote twice in order to be, quote, guilty, unquote, of voting twice. I guess I don't understand how you can vote twice by accident, because when you fill out a ballot, you kind of know you fill out the ballot. And I guess I'm very confused about how someone could vote twice by accident. So with that, I urge a yes vote on the amendment.
Is there any further discussion on L27? Assistant Minority Leader Geithner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And so I just wanted to follow up. I don't know if the sponsors have had a chance to figure out who had asked for it. I think Representative Rich had asked the question. And so I was just trying to follow up. I'm not sure if Representative Lentine is around.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in terms of the voting twice by accident or via intent, what we heard from actual county clerks was that it is very common for people to say submit their mail-in ballot through the process which tracks your ballot and lets you know if it's been counted. It's coming up to the point where it needs to be counted and it has not seemed to have been received. So people end up going to a polling place and saying, I either have not received my ballot or it has not been counted yet. They then are asked if they can vote through a provisional ballot or some other method, and they're told, sure, you can do that, but the DA is going to end up calling you and saying that you have voted twice, and they're going to start an investigation. So that ability to investigate is still going to be there. It's just clarifying that the only time that there will be penalties is if there was a clear intent from the voter to vote twice.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not quite sure I still understand the idea. If you vote twice, you clearly had the intent to vote twice. And I'm not quite understanding how you walk down from that. It absolutely needs to be investigated, and that needs to stay in there.
Any further discussion on L27? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L27. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, would like to propose, suggest an amendment to your bill. Personally, I've been an election judge. I have set up caucuses and made all those arrangements and made sure that the 200 plus precincts that we have in our county all have a place to meet, and have worked with the county clerk and recorder on many election details. So I am having an amendment, and if you would like to turn to page 5, the amendment before I would like to move amendment L022 and ask that it be put on the screen, please.
L22 has been moved and displayed. Would you like to describe your amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In this amendment, it says amend in gross bill, page 5, strike the lines 6 through 15. Okay, lines 6 through 15 right now say county clerk and recorder shall approve the new registration pursuant to subsection 6 of this section and shall add the elector to the computerized statewide voter registration list maintained by the Secretary of State pursuant to section 1-2-301 parentheses 1 parentheses. And in place would like to substitute this verbiage. The county clerk and recorder shall process the registration record as incomplete. The county clerk and recorder shall send to the elector's address of record by non-forwardable mail a postage-paid, pre-addressed return form by which the elector may return a signature and information on how the elector can upload a signature electronically. The rest of the amendment goes to page 5, and it will ask you to strike the last, line 27, and then turn to page 6 and strike lines 1 through 10, of which you will substitute county clerk and recorder shall update the registration record and mark the record as incomplete. The county clerk and recorder shall send to the elector's address of record by non-forwardable mail a postage-paid, pre-addressed return form by which the elector may return a signature and information on how the elector can upload a signature electronically. Both of these portions make this very clear about how an incorrect or filled out or signed voter application or even a ballot can be corrected. I ask for a yes vote.
Any further discussion on L22? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L22. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move Amendment L029. And what this amendment does is speaks to...
Okay, now the amendment has been properly moved and displayed. Go ahead and explain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always get in a hurry. I appreciate that. So what this amendment does is on page 8 of the bill, section 6, when it comes to the statute 1-2-213.5, state institutions of higher education, electronic voter registration option, information to students. It reads, each state institution of higher education, subject to subsection 1A of this section, shall, during the first full week of each fall semester and during the last full week of each spring semester, provide by email to each enrolled student information on voter eligibility and on how to register to vote or update their voter registration information in the statewide voter registration database. And what this amendment does is includes the information that must be noted to show that that student is eligible for that actual voting. So the notice must inform students that the residence given for voting purposes shall be the same as the residence given for motor vehicle registration and for state income tax purposes as stated in Colorado state statute. So it doesn't necessarily do anything different above or beyond. It just adds that piece that's already in statute as part of that email communication. So I ask for an aye vote on Amendment L029 just to make that communication as transparent and clear to students so that they know they are eligible. Thank you.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Van Beber. I will ask for a no vote. This will disenfranchise our student voters. Thank you.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If what we're doing is looking at full transparency for voting And voter education, I heard that term earlier tonight. The voting is about education. This is a clear-cut piece in state statute that lets our students know exactly what is required of them. Anything different than that or eliminating that information is A, not transparent, and B, already indicative of what we require in state statute. To ignore that or to say that we can sacrifice that piece when it's already something that makes this transparent, I wouldn't think disenfranchises them. It lets them know how to be an educated voter and to ensure that where they vote matters. I ask for an aye vote on L029.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
And with you.
Thank you. Members, I'm here tonight to speak to this amendment. I know that my two kids that went to college up here in Denver were registered to vote in Montrose County, where we live. And when they got to campus, they were chased around almost unendingly. Registered to vote here. Registered to vote here at the college. Registered to vote here at the college. They knew that they weren't residents of that college campus, yet they were being encouraged to vote at the college campus. If you take a look at some of our voter rolls and where we've registered people to vote, they registered right on the campus. And this piece of legislation here would make sure that people recognize you can't just decide to register there if that's not really your home, particularly if you have to prove your residency. This is a good piece of legislation for all of us in the state of Colorado. This is one. This is a good amendment. Vote yes.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. The statement was made that this will disenfranchise our student voters. Absolutely not. That is utter nonsense. The students are still registered where they live, where they come from. It doesn't disenfranchise a single person. This is voter integrity, and voter integrity is not voter suppression. It will not disenfranchise a single voter. Vote yes.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm getting tired of my colleague from El Paso County talking about voter suppression. Because in this country, if you want to vote, you can vote. You just got to hustle a little. Get to where you need to be, sign up when you're supposed to sign up, be at the right place at the right time, and just be a good American and vote. It's not that hard. It is not that hard in this country if you just want to find the courthouse, find the clerk and recorder's office. There's so many ways. People want to cry voter suppression, voter this. Come on. I don't believe it, I don't see it, and I'm not buying it. And neither is most of America. I think I've heard it called a red herring, a big old red herring. Might be a whole basket of them. Might be a whole boatload of them, I don't know. Just saying, a lot of red herring. Might be red herring that's been in the sun too long. Might not even smell very good. But I'm telling you, it just doesn't wash voter suppression. There's nobody in this country trying to pound people down and not let them get to the vote. In fact, it's not that hard. I've been doing it since I was 18. But now I get to get involved. Man, I wish I could go back in time. I'm 16 now. I'll run in there and just get after it in the caucus meeting. Maybe I'll be a caucus chair, precinct chair at 16.
Representative Holtorf, are we on L29?
Thank you for your leadership. I was getting a little distracted, and I apologize, ma'am. My colleague made a comment that frustrated me a little bit. I do appreciate him. This particular amendment speaks right at the heart of vote where you live. Vote where you live, where you really live. Now, we all talk about our clerk and recorders say this, and they contacted us and say this and that and the other. Let me tell you what my clerk and recorder said. One time they had a college student that was in college and voted in college. But then miraculously a ballot showed up for that student in their home county. Well, oh boy, got a problem, don't we? Boy, what do we do now? Never heard of anybody vying to vote twice. I've never heard of it, except I heard about it last December. And that Legislative Audit Committee, I did hear about that. It's happened before, but the DA never does anything. But I digress. This right here, this amendment right here says, you know, if you want to vote, vote where you live. Vote in your community, in your hometown, and when you go off to college, wherever you go, that's not really where you live. In fact, if you're a suitcase college, you still live at home. For those of us that know what a suitcase college is, because you're home every weekend trying to get some free meals and get your laundry done and reconnect with your family and all those things that we do. So is that really where you live? No. It's where you go to school, yes, but it's not where you live. And now with all these great ideas, it's even easier to vote where you live. Don't even have to be there to vote where you live now. You can do it remotely. There's an app for that. Well, not yet, but we're going to have an app for that, maybe two. Hope the Chinese don't hack them. But anyway, I digress. I am in strong support of this amendment, ladies and gentlemen. I'm proud of this amendment. I'm proud of the people that brought this amendment forth. I'm so proud I'm going to step away from this and give that person a hug.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly rise in support of this amendment. You know, disenfranchisement is when someone is not allowed to vote. This does not disenfranchise a voter. This is educational, and it helps the voter know where they live and what ballot they should receive. So thank you, Representative, for bringing this. And it's not about disenfranchising, it's about education. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just the one other piece I want to add on this is that I heard of students that registered to vote based on just getting cards or seeing a kiosk where they could register. And some of them actually may have jeopardized scholarships if they had to either live in a separate place or if they were in-state or out-of-state. But there are various things in place that students really shouldn't be changing their official address just to cast a ballot in one place versus another. They really should be voting based on where their address is, where their home address, where their permanent address is, and for us to be recruiting them from one to vote here in this state versus be registered in their home state. Again, I just would never want to jeopardize a student's financial aid. So with that, I urge a yes vote on this amendment as well.
Any further discussion? Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
I'm with you.
And I just wanted to come up and really strongly support this amendment. There's all kinds of residency requirements on everything else with students, and maintain your state of residency, even if you're out of state, going to a different university or whatever. So this amendment makes a lot of sense. So that what's in that amendment about where your residence is, where you register your motor vehicle and all that, that is your permanent abode as a student, and that's where you should be voting from. So I stand in strong support of this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. An interesting discussion, but I would say it makes a couple of assumptions. The biggest one that I can think of is that every student is registered when they go to college. When that's not true, a lot of kids don't register to vote and at their home address where they grew up and make that decision after they've moved to go to college. And so if they've been there for 22 days or more, they have every right to register at their location of where they're living right then, which happens to be where they're going to school, while their vehicle may be registered at their parents' address. That happened to me when I was growing up, when I went away to school. And so if you do something like this, that disenfranchises all those kids who make the decision to register to vote while they're at school. And so this does disenfranchise students, and I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Van Bever.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect to the bill sponsors, I do not believe for 1 second of the day that there's any assumptions being made about this amendment. Students can register in so many different places, but I'll back up just a step. I guess that's why I'm extremely thankful we've passed a civics bill where we will be digging into this topic with our students so that they do understand where they do need to vote, what Colorado might look like when it comes to voter information, what makes me as a teenager or a young adult eligible for voting. I must vote according to where I live, that my where my permanent residence is. They are still dependents, for the most part, when they leave high school and go off to college. I cannot think of anything further from my line of thinking than to say we disenfranchise anyone by providing more information about the requirements that allow you as a young adult to be engaged in the voting process where you live. Let's think about that for a second. Where you would have your permanent home. As Representative Holtorf said, most students are not permanent residents of a college. They just aren't. That is a decision they will make later on, but I would wager that if I walked out of here today and wandered across a college campus and started surveying students as to where they believe their permanent home was, and they would tell me it is not that dorm room that they reside in. So again, I ask for a yes vote on Amendment L029.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, in my past life, we moved all over this world. In half of the states of this country, we always had a permanent address that didn't necessarily equate to where we were at the time. And every student who signs in to a university or a college has a permanent address on record with the college. They know where they came from. They know what their address is. And somehow I think they probably have the competence to copy-paste their record of where they live into the voting records. This is not a hard thing. This is not something that will disenfranchise one single person. So let's knock off the nonsense and let's vote this thing in.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the things I wanted to mention down here this evening, and it's the second time I've been here, one of the things that universities, my kids, all three of them went to university, they closed the campus in the summertime. So you really couldn't say that was your permanent address because you weren't there year-round, or you couldn't live there year-round anyway. And I got a text from my daughter here, and she's graduated, you know, she's free, she's doing her own thing. She texted me just now and said that at the university she attended, the professor said you should register here because your vote counts more here than it does in California, assuming that my kids were from California. If that's happening, we need to stop that. Just one person testifying to it probably is not enough to change everyone's mind, but it is something to think about. We should not start voting on the wrong foot, so to speak. What's wrong with saying, I live at such and that's where I'll register? Truly, folks, this is one of those things that we can do to make a difference right away. This is a good amendment. Please vote yes.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was thinking about something when it came up about when students go to school and they claim that that dorm is their home. But their parents, especially if they're from out of state, are paying out-of-state tuition because Colorado's not their residence. So it's a shame if they're going to sign something under penalty of perjury that their residence is now Colorado. This is a very good amendment. And it's about education. It's not about disenfranchisement. It's a good way to educate the voter to know where they should properly vote. Please vote yes.
Representative Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is kind of a follow-up to what Representative Rich said, but yeah, I think the voter registration ought to be going where the tuition bill goes. And those universities and colleges aren't sending the tuition bill to those dorm rooms. They're sending them home where these kids should be registered to vote there. And so, again, I support this amendment.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too support this amendment. And just a little sidebar, if a student registers with their college and they get the ballot that is appropriate for that part of town, that fire district, that water district, and all the other things that you might have to vote on in a ballot, and they go voting down the ballot and they either vote all yes or all no and really don't care what the issues are, but they're more aware of what the issues are and their own place of residence. We want informed voters. We don't want voters that are just using the ballot to make a pretty design. So I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion on Representative Baisley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, this amendment makes palatable Section 6. Otherwise, Section 6 may as well read, let's spend state money and state efforts to go recruit for one particular party. If this were to read something along the lines of annually let's reach out to Christian churches and let's mail to each of them in their email how to register to vote or update their voter registration in the statewide voter registration database, then maybe we'd have some balance here. But that's not what we have. This is one of those sections that you scratch your head and go, are you kidding me? And the only way that makes it palatable is if the folks that are the young folk who are in a particular culture are being then encouraged to vote that culture, are then reminded about their legal registration. It's the only way this is palatable. Otherwise, we need to take entire Section 6 entirely out of this bill. So let's please vote for this amendment.
Any further discussion on L29? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L29. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And now I'm up here on time, on target, I do believe. My esteemed colleague, Representative Holtorf, left off at Section 19. I have to tell everyone here in the chamber and at home, it starts getting more interesting, in my estimation, around section 55 to 60. So we got about 40 to go, but it is imperative to build. This is a building block, Lego type of a process. So I'm going to pick up right at page 21, line 19, which starts at section 19. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 1-4-903 as follows. 1-4-903, approval of petition. No petition shall be circulated until it has been approved as meeting the requirements of this section as to form. The Secretary of State or the official with whom the petitions are to be filed shall approve or disapprove a petition as to form by the close of the second business day following submission of the proposed petition. The Secretary of State or official, as applicable, shall mail or email written notice of the action taken to the person who submitted the petition, page 22, submitted the petition on the day the action is taken. Section 20. In Colorado Revised Statutes, 1-4-904, amend parenthetical 2A and parenthetical 4 as follows. 1-4-904, signatures on the petitions, 2A. For petitions to nominate candidates from a major political party in a partisan election, each signer must be affiliated with the major political party named in the petition and shall state the following to the circulator: that the signer has been affiliated with the major political party named in the petition for at least 22 days as shown in the statewide voter registration system, and that the signer has not signed any other petition for any other candidate for the same office. 4. Any person, except a circulator, may assist an elector who is physically unable to sign the petition in completing the information on the petition as required by law. On the petition, immediately following the name of the disabled elector, the person providing assistance shall sign, provide the person's address, and state that the assistance was given to the disabled elector. Section 21. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-4-905, amend parenthetical 2B, Roman numeral 1, as follows. 1-4-905, circulators, requirements, affidavits, notarization, training. 2B, Roman numeral 1, a notary public shall not notarize an affidavit required under subsection 2A of this section unless A, the circulator is in the physical presence of the notary public, and B, the circulator has dated the affidavit and fully and accurately completed all of the personal information on the affidavit required by subsection 2A of this section. Page 23, a couple of cross-outs here. Section 22. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-4-905.5, amend parenthetical 1C, 2A, 2B, Roman numeral 1, 3D, 4A, Roman numeral 1, 4A, Roman numeral 3, and 5, and add parenthetical 1D as follows. 1-4-905.5, petition entities, requirements, violations, definitions. 1. As used in this section, C, quote, petition entity, unquote, means any person or committee that directly or indirectly provides payment to a circulator or to circulate a petition to nominate a candidate or to recall an elected officer in accordance with Article 12 of this Title I. D, quote, recall committee, unquote, means the committee of signers described in Section 1-12-108, parenthetical 2B. 2A, it is unlawful for any petition entity to provide payment to a circulator to circulate a petition to nominate a candidate or to recall an elected officer without first obtaining a license from the Secretary of State. B, Roman numeral 1. The Secretary of State may deny a license if he or she finds that the petition entity or any of its principals have been found in a judicial or administrative proceeding to have authorized or knowingly permitted any of the acts set forth in subsection 2C of this section, or to have knowingly contracted with a petition entity that has been found in a judicial or administrative petition to have authorized or knowingly permitted any of the acts set forth in subsection 2C of this section. 3D, if, after a hearing, the Secretary of State finds that a petition entity violated a provision of subsection 2C of this section or, page 24, of this section or contracted with a petition entity that violated a provision of subsection 2C of this section, the Secretary shall revoke the entity's license for not less than 90 days or more than 180 days. Upon finding any subsequent violation of a provision of subsection 2C of this section, the Secretary shall revoke the petition's entity license for not less than 180 days or more than 1 year. The Secretary shall consider all circumstances surrounding the violations in fixing the lengths of the revocations. 4A, the Secretary of State shall issue a decision on any application for a new or reinstated license within 10 business days after a petition entity files an application. The application must be on a form prescribed by the Secretary and must include, at a minimum, Roman numeral 1, the name of any candidate, candidate committee, or recall committee for which a petition will be circulated by circulators, coordinated, or paid by the petition entity. Roman numeral 3, the name and signature of the designated agent of the petition entity for the candidate, candidate committee, or recall committee. 5, a petition entity shall ensure that a petition circulated by the entity is delivered to the candidate, candidate committee, or recall committee no later than 3 days before the deadline for the candidate to file the petition. That gets us to section 23. I may step aside here for the efforts of my colleague who has handed me a note. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment as Representative Hanks just shared. Thank you for properly displaying that amendment.
Can you please move it?
Yes. I'd like to move Amendment L035.
L035 has been moved and displayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a relatively easy amendment. When I was reading through the bill here, I noticed on page 30 and 31 something that really stood out to me, and it was the piece about not having a drop box at a sheriff's office or a marshal's location or a police station. And I was just shocked. I can't think of any safer place for a ballot drop box to be, first of all. Second of all, when I think about the dozens and dozens of clerks and recorders across the state that I've spoken with, that is the highest recipient location of a ballot. Those locations, by and large, have far more ballots put into them as a drop box location than many other locations throughout a community. So I feel like if there's anything we're doing to disenfranchise a voter, this could possibly be the one place where we would deeply want to reconsider making this bill better. And so I'd like to have a yes vote on Amendment L035. Thank you.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the most popular places, and I realize this is rural Colorado, but one of the most popular places is to have voting at a police department. We had such a high turnout having a place to vote or a ballot box at the Fruita Police Department. And one of the convenient things about that is that there's plenty of places to park. It will always be watched over. I mean, it couldn't be more safe. There's nothing to be intimidated by that, by having a ballot box there, because, you know, those ballot boxes are now permanent, and it's not like you have to go into the police station. You can, but they're very accessible, and it just makes a lot of sense. If we're going to give people more access, that couldn't be a better place. It's very safe and secure, and you know, that's kind of what we want in an election. I support this amendment. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion on L35? Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, and thank you, Representative Rich. Just to be clear that any existing drop boxes that are currently located at police stations are grandfathered in and not removed. This prevents adding new drop boxes to police stations because here in the urban areas there is concern about it frightening away voters, dropping off their ballots there because there is evidence that they are afraid of doing that. But we are not taking away any drop boxes that are currently located at any police station, either here or anywhere else in the state. This is just for new drop boxes. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know why we would think that that's going to be a real problem. If someone doesn't want to go to that particular drop box, they don't have to. So it is the safest place to go, and I see no reason in the world why we should be disenfranchising our police officers.
Any further discussion on L35? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L35. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the weaknesses that we have in the voting system is that we are heavily dependent upon those voter rolls, and that's a crucial part of it. That's what we mail everything out based upon. Now, a lot of us, when we were walking in our various campaigns, would occasionally come across a house that had more than one family registered on that voter roll. In one of the places I went to, there were 4 families, and I knew who had been in that house that was in the neighborhood, and I knew those were the previous residents they'd gone, and they were still on the voter rolls. So I think that one of the weaknesses in there is we don't audit what those voter rolls are. Yes, the clerks are tremendous about trying to maintain the integrity of the rolls. They do a fantastic job. They work on it very, very hard. But it doesn't hurt to have an audit. In fact, it adds to the integrity of the system. It ensures that we're working with an accurate voter roll. And to that point, I offer Amendment L033 and ask that it be displayed.
Rep. Pico, can you just move it?
I'm sorry. Yes, Madam Chair, I move Amendment L033 and ask it to be displayed.
Okay, L33 has been moved and displayed. Would you like to describe your amendment?
What this does is require the Secretary of State to conduct an annual audit of the voter rolls in each county to verify the integrity and accuracy of the voter rolls. It's merely a check on top of what those county clerks are already doing in many cases. They already work very hard to do that, but this ensures that we maintain an audit trail. And I want to stress something. You know, I used to be the chair of the audit committee in our city. We audited everything. Everything was subject to an audit. It wasn't a gotcha process. It was a process to ensure that we're maintaining that, and it was a part of our requirement to do an oversight of each one of those things that we audited. And this should be no different. We should be taking a look and ensuring that everybody is doing that process, that lessons learned from one county are available to other members of the other counties. Yes, they share information today, but this ensures that you do that. And this particular amendment requires that audit each and every year, but requires a 20% of the registered voters in each county. So it keeps it on a reasonable level. It's not onerous. It's a safety check, and it adds to the confidence of the electorate that our system is solid, and it will not disenfranchise a single voter. I ask for an aye vote.
Any further discussion? Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for a no vote on this amendment. We heard a bill with very similar content to this in the State Affairs Committee a couple of months ago. There's really no evidence of a need to audit our voter rolls in this way. Furthermore, the voter rolls are regularly checked against a number of databases, including the National Change of Address Database, the DMV, CDPHE's death records. We have a really solid system for auditing our election rolls already, and this is unnecessary.
Rep. Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I disagree because you're not doing it. Yes, they do have a process to maintain it, but when you say there's no evidence, it's because you're suppressing the evidence. Let's take a look and make sure that that's the case.
Any further discussion on L33? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L33. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The amendment is lost. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I don't think that I have ever really questioned the elections in Colorado because as a former county clerk, I have been on both sides of the election, not just as a voter, but also as an election official. And I know there's been a lot said about Colorado being the gold standard, and while I don't disagree with that, I believe this bill, the way some of these things are written, will take us from a gold standard to a very dark standard. And with that, I move L31 and ask that it be displayed.
L31 has been properly moved and displayed. Would you like to explain your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has to do with online registration with just the last 4 digits of a Social Security. Right now, you can register with your driver's license or your photo ID and your Social Security, and now they are eliminating or want to, your driver's license or your Colorado ID. And just use your last 4 digits of your Social Security number. This amendment takes us back to what we are right now with requiring your ID and your Social Security number. It also eliminates that part about the electronic signature by email or whatever. We have a very good electronic or a signature process in place right now. And this is going to change all of that and probably create some unintended consequences. And so I ask for an aye vote on L031.
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are not eliminating any other way of registering to vote. We are simply adding the ability to use the last four of your social security number, and this is going to be verified by a real-time program to ensure against fraud. And so it's just adding that ability. But if you don't have a driver's license or another means of registering.
Representative Rich.
You might have just contradicted yourself there, because you said you weren't eliminating that, but then you said you could just use your last four digits if you didn't have one.
No,
Representative Caraveo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I said if you don't have a driver's license, we're not eliminating that as a possibility. It's just that the person simply doesn't have a driver's license, so they can't use that means. Therefore, they can use the means of using their last four of their social security, which is going to be verified in real time.
Representative Rich.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. We know how easy it is to get a state ID, and that would be something that should be used. This is going to be a mess. This is going to be a hot mess. And we need to keep our standard that we have right now for registering voters and verifying their signatures. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Hanks.
Yeah, I rise in support of this amendment as well. The last four digits of a Social Security number are becoming rather ubiquitous throughout society now, and really isn't much of a security profile or process. Perhaps the entire Social Security number isn't significantly better, but it's certainly better to have more numbers in your cryptologic equation than fewer numbers. So I fully support this amendment and think we should keep standards as high as we can make them. Let's vote yes on this.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we are going to add Social Security numbers as a identifier for legal voting, I wanted to know here in the fiscal note, where is the money that should be paid to each county to set this process up in their electronic systems? I don't see any compensation to the counties for making this change in the voter ID.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have an answer to say where exactly that's going to come from, but I just want to clarify that this is not a new standard, that currently you can use the last four digits of your Social Security number to register on a paper form. We are now allowing it to be used electronically if you don't have a driver's license. That is what we have in the bill. And I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. I'm very concerned here that this is not nearly as secure system as some people may think it is. You can't use your last four by itself to do a validation on an awful, and you can't get into your account in multiple places, whether it's your bank account, where you call in and everything else. You have to have it backed up with something else. What is also in the bill is that you can then use your last four along with an email in. You could get a whole new email. Ladies and gentlemen, our Social Security numbers have been compromised for a long time. Every one of the military members in here have had their personal identifying information stolen by the contractors of the People's Liberation Army a decade ago. And ours have been used to file fraudulent income tax returns, to the point that I have to have an annually changing PIN assigned to me by the IRS receiving a letter. Awful lot of us had that happen to us. These things are wide open. They are sold on the web. And then the idea that you can, email in a request with your last four, you don't have necessarily a database that's secure on your email address. You can just steal an email address. How many times have we had Facebook accounts stolen, email accounts stolen and hacked, and everything else? This is wide open to fraud. And I ask for and I vote on this particular amendment.
Any
It's
further
critical.
discussion on L31? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of L31. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment is lost. Any further discussion on Representative Hanks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I got all the boost out of this I'm going to get. I stepped aside at section 23, and as I mentioned, it starts getting much better about section 55. The good news is many of these sections are pretty short, so let me resume if I may, please. And that's page 24. Section 23 in Colorado Revised Statutes 1-4-1101, amend 1 as follows. 1-4-1101, write-in candidate affidavit of intent. 1. A person who wishes to be a write-in candidate for an office in an election shall file an affidavit of intent stating that he or she desires the office and is, page 25, and is qualified to assume its duties if elected. A write-in candidate for governor shall designate in the affidavit a write-in candidate for lieutenant governor. A write-in candidate for president of the United States in the general election shall designate in the affidavit a write-in candidate for vice president of the United States and shall include a list of presidential electors endorsed by the electors. The affidavit shall be filed with the Secretary of State if it is for a statewide office, a seat in Congress, a seat in the General Assembly, the office of District Attorney, or any other district of state concern. The affidavit shall be filed with the the affidavit shall be filed with the county clerk and recorder if it is for a county office, and with the designated election official if it is for a local office. Section 24. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-4-1012, repeal as added by House Bill 21-1001, parenthetical 2, as follows. 1-4-1012, remote participation in vacancy committee meetings. And then it's scratched, so that's pretty much a dead soldier there. Section 25, in Colorado Revised Statutes 1-4-1203, amend parenthetical 2B and parenthetical 5 as follows. 1-4-1203, presidential primary elections, when conduct. 2B, an unaffiliated eligible elector may vote in a political party's presidential primary election without affiliating with that party, or may declare an affiliation with a political party to the election judges at the presidential primary election in accordance with Section 1-7-201. We're going to need to talk about that section here in my estimation further down the road, but I'll proceed. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, no elector affiliated with a major or minor political party or political organization may change or withdraw his or her affiliation in order to vote in the presidential primary election of another political party unless the elector has changed or, page 26, has changed or withdrawn such affiliation no later than the 22nd day preceding the presidential primary election as provided in section 1-2-219, parenthetical 1. 5. If, at the close of business on the 60th day before a presidential primary election, every political party has no more than one candidate for president affiliated with the political party who is certified to the presidential primary ballot pursuant to section 1-4-1204, parenthetical 1, or who has filed a write-in candidate statement of intent pursuant to 1-4-1205, the Secretary of State may cancel the presidential primary election for all political parties and declare the candidate for each political party the winner of the presidential primary election for that political party. Section 26. In Colorado Revised Statutes, amend 1-4-1206 as follows. 1-4-1206, presidential primary ballots, survey of returns. Each county clerk and recorder shall survey all returns received from the presidential primary election in all county precincts in accordance with Article 10 of this Title I. For counties that contain more than one United States congressional district, the returns must indicate the number of votes cast in each precinct for each candidate, except that if the total number of votes cast and counted in any precincts, I say again, and counted in any precinct is less than 10, the returns for all such precincts in the county must be reported together. For counties that contain only one United States congressional district, the returns may indicate the number of votes cast in the county for each candidate. Section 27. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-4-1302, amend, page 27, amend parenthetical 1 and parenthetical 3, and repeal parenthetical 4C as follows. 1-4-1302, petition to qualify as a minor political party. 1. A petition to qualify as a minor political party must be signed by at least 10,000 registered electors and shall be submitted to the Secretary of State no later than the close of business on the second Friday in the January of the election year for which the minor political party seeks to qualify. 3. Each registered elector signing a petition pursuant to this section shall print the elector's name and address, including the street and number, if any. There must be attached to each petition an affidavit of a person who is a citizen of the United States and at least 18 years of age who circulated the petition stating A, the circulator's address, B, that the circulator is a citizen of the United States and at least 18 years of age, that the circulator circulated the petition. D, that each signature on the petition was affixed in the circulator's presence and is the signature of a person, of the person whose name it purports to be, and E, that to the best of the circulator's knowledge and belief, each of the persons signing the petition was a registered elector at the time of signing. 4C, has been scratched out in its entirety and takes us to page 28, section 28. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-5-102.9, amend parenthetical 1B.5 Roman numeral 5, 1C Roman numeral 1H, and 2A introductory portion, 3K, 3L, 3M, 5D, repeal 6, and add parenthetical 1C Roman numeral 1J, parenthetical 1C Roman numeral 1K, 2A.5, and 3N as follows. 1-5-102.9, voter service and polling centers, number required, services provided, drop-off locations, definition. 1B.5, Roman numeral 5A, as used in this subsection, parenthetical 1B.5, the number of enrolled students at a campus is the highest number of all full-time, part-time, graduate, and undergraduate students, not including students solely registered for online courses and concurrent enrollment students during the fall semester of the year of the previous general election, according to data collected by the Department of Higher Education. The Department of Higher Education shall provide the data to the Secretary of State on or before December 1 of each general election year. Several scratch outs. The Secretary of State shall determine from the data which campuses meet the enrollment thresholds for the next general election. B, notwithstanding subsection parenthetical 1B.5 Roman numeral 5A of this section, due to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, for any election for which the number of enrolled students would be based on data from the fall semester of 2020, the Secretary of State shall use data for the fall semester of 2019 instead of, page 29, instead of data from the fall semester of 2020 to determine the number of enrolled students for purposes of subsection parenthetical 1B.5 Roman numeral 1 of this section. The Department of Higher Education shall provide the data for the fall semester of 2019 to the Secretary of State on or before October 1, 2021. See Roman numeral 1. In designating voter service and polling center locations pursuant to this subsection 1, each county clerk and recorder shall consider the following factors to address the needs of the county. H, when private locations are considered or designated as voter service and polling centers in accordance with section 1-5-105, parenthetical 3, methods and standards to ensure the security of voting conducted at such locations. J, that one read a little poorly, but we'll leave it as is and move on to J. If a proposed location was used in a previous election, the number of electors that used the location in the previous election and the recorded wait times at the location, or the number of electors and recorded wait times at nearby locations, and K, the need to place voter service and polling centers in population centers that had lower voter turnouts in previous elections. 2, voter service and polling centers must be open at a minimum for a 15-day period prior to and including the day of the election as follows. A, in a county described in subsection parenthetical 1A Roman numeral 1 or parenthetical 1A Roman numeral 2 of this section. 3, each voter service and polling center must provide, page 30, K, mail ballots to requesting electors, including a sufficient supply of replacement ballots or the ability to print a sufficient number of ballots on demand to provide to registered electors in the event there are technical problems accessing the centralized statewide voter registration system maintained pursuant to Section 1-2-301. L, the ability to accept mail ballots that are deposited by electors. M, the ability of a person to cast a provisional ballot. And N, the ability of a person to obtain and return a form pursuant to Section 1-7.5-107.3, parenthetical 2A, confirming the person returned a ballot or to provide a copy of identification or a signature in accordance with Section 1-2-502.5, parenthetical 4C, comma, 1-7.5-107, parenthetical 3.5D, or 1-7.5-107.3, parenthetical 1.5, in order to cure a ballot the person previously cast. 5D, Roman numeral 1, the placement and security of each drop box must be determined by each county, subject to the requirements of subsection 5D, Roman numeral 2, of this section, and in accordance with the Secretary of State's current security rules. Counties are encouraged to establish drop boxes in community-based locations. Roman numeral 2. A county clerk and recorder shall not establish a drop box at a police station, sheriff's office, or town marshal's office, except that a county clerk and recorder may establish a drop box in a multi-purpose building that includes either the county clerk and recorder's office or the municipal clerk's office, and also includes a police station, sheriff's office, or town marshal's, page 31, town marshal's office. And B, the requirements of this subsection, parenthetical 5D, Roman numeral 2, do not apply to a drop box that was established on or before the effective date of this subsection, parenthetical 5D, Roman numeral 2. Major strikeouts on the half of the page of 31, taking out 6A, B, and C, taking us to section 29. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-5-103, amend 1 as follows. 1-5-103, changes in boundaries, partisan elections. 1. Changes in the boundaries of precincts or the creation of new precincts for partisan elections must be completed no later than 29 days prior to the first Tuesday in March, except in cases of precinct changes resulting from changes in county boundaries. That brings us to section 30 on page 31. I will step aside at the request of a colleague. Thank you.
Representative Baisley. And Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to refer to Section 6, which is on page 8 of the engrossed bill. Section 6, referring to that earlier, something was just scratching the back of my head, and got together with my colleague, Representative Soper, and bounced this off of him, and it was making sense to him. In fact, he enriched the concept quite a bit of an amendment that we're going to introduce in a moment here. Both Representative Soper and I have both lived in other nations under other governments, and and under the laws of other such governments. And that's, the laws are really closely tied to the culture, and you're always aware when you're in another culture, and you're kind of tiptoeing so as to not violate their laws and offend their legal system. That is a danger in this one, as this section 6 reads, says each state institution of higher education subject to section 1A of this section shall, during the first full week of each fall semester and during the last full week of each spring semester, provide by email to each enrolled student information on voter eligibility, on how to register to vote, or update their voter registration information in the statewide voter registration database. Now, the issue obviously there is when we have students here on a student visa, then there is a suggestion to this person who is not familiar with our laws, not familiar with our culture, as an invitation from the state to register to vote. I'll let my colleague expand on this, but I'll start.
Shall we move it?
I do move L037, ask that it be displayed.
And while that is getting displayed, okay, it has been properly moved and displayed. Rep. Soper, did you want to explain?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Amendment L037 is pretty simple. So it says, no state institution of higher education shall encourage or cause a non-United States citizen student to commit voter registration fraud. Now, members, I'm sure some of you know that I have a foreign law degree from the United Kingdom, as a matter of fact, from Scotland. And I was there for 4 years. I earned 2 different degrees, an LLB and an LLM. For each of those degrees, I also was in the United Kingdom under 2 different governments, a conservative government later, and previously a labor government. Under each of those governments, because in a parliamentary system, the laws can change very rapidly, the immigration laws also changed very rapidly. Almost overnight, I was summoned to have a new student visa issued, one that looked almost like what I would consider a CIA or James Bond type card. It looked very high tech. But even though I was an English-speaking student in an English-speaking country, one thing was for sure is that it was still confusing. There's still things that as a student you get in your official university email that if you receive it, you think you should act upon and that you should do. And if as a foreign student, from having experience, I can speak with great authority, I were to receive such an email saying that click here to be able to register to vote, I would think, oh, I need to click here to register to vote. And I would probably click there. And don't forget, as a student, you would also have a social security number. You obviously have a name and a date of birth. Those are the 3 elements you would need. Now, you would probably be kicked out because you wouldn't satisfy the E-Verify system. However, the act of submitting that now is voter registration fraud. And by committing voter registration fraud, now that particular foreign student is subject to being deported from our country. So the university, by sending out this email and having a student act upon this email, is now encouraging these foreign students who want to come to the United States, who want to do well, who want to change their lives, maybe become citizens, maybe they want to go back to their home countries and do good things there as well. But that could easily be cut short if they make that one mistake and they inadvertently commit voter registration fraud because an email came through and it looked like something they should act upon. So with this amendment, we definitely wanted to safeguard our foreign students and look out for them to make sure that they aren't making mistakes that could result in their deportation from our country so that they can enjoy their time as students here in Colorado. Because after all, our Colorado students are better off when we have lots of foreign students. Diversity of classes help enrich the education. You get to know students from around the world, whether Europe, Asia, Latin America, Africa, the Middle East, and you're able to experience their culture through them. And likewise, they're able to learn of our culture. But if in this whole process, we've created a system in which they could commit an offense and lose the right to be able to be here and study, I think we've just done a great disservice, not just to that student, but to American diplomacy. We've done a disservice to how these students will perceive the United States and how they'll perceive Colorado. I remember one Secretary of State once said, one of the greatest foreign diplomacies that the United States has to offer is education, and having our students study abroad and having those foreign students study here in the United States, and particularly Colorado. And so that's why, members, we're offering this amendment. It comes from personal experience of having been a foreign student. Like I said, even in an English-speaking country, yes, in Scotland they do speak English, contrary to what LSAC believes. And it can be incredibly confusing. I can only imagine if English is not your first language, how much more confusing it would be as well. So I would encourage the sponsors and the chamber to adopt this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, bill sponsors. I would point us all back to the paragraph that is referenced, starting on line 14. Provide by email to each enrolled student information on voter eligibility. Voter eligibility means eligible voters. People who are eligible to vote must be 18 years of age, resident of the state, and a citizen. And those eligibility requirements are to be spelled out in that notification. This is not needed, and I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues. My good colleague from Delta reminded me of a story that occurred in my lifetime. Now, this particular amendment here wants to make sure that no university, higher education will encourage a non-United States citizen student to commit voter registration fraud. Now, it wouldn't be intentional. It might be accidental. It might be due to confusion, cultural barriers, misunderstandings. Because you see, muchos años pasados yo fui a México para estudiar. En este año, yo estaba estudiando en Monterrey, México, estudiando el Tecnológico de Monterrey. Y también yo fui a un programa de intercambio. I'll translate. I don't want to do it in parts. It'll take a lot longer to tell the story, so I might just tell it in English. But what happened is years ago, I did go over and study abroad as well. I went to a fine institution in Mexico known as the Monterrey Technical Institute, the University of Superior Studies in Monterrey. And I went for 2 semesters, wasn't quite as long as my good colleague from Delta. And I entered that university system, and I was told that I had to get my student visa. So I asked how that's done. As a student, as a foreign student in Mexico, I was very much like a non-U.S. United States citizen in this country. I think almost the same situation. So trying to be a good person and do the right thing, I go and begin the process, and I get some paperwork, and I go down to an office downtown Monterrey, el centro de Monterrey, the big city. They call it the Detroit of Mexico. It's very industrial, it's very large, very populated. And that's why this university's there, is an engineering and technical university. And I get in this office, and, you know, Spanish was my first language, but you know, sometimes it's hard when you're overseas and there's a lot of technical things and you don't understand all the processes. And as I was going through this process, I probably spent 2 hours in this office. It was in Oficina de Inmigración de la Federación de México. I started realizing that something just wasn't quite right. I just wanted a student visa so I could study abroad, and I was only going to be there about 8 months. And as I was going through the process, I ended up in the final stages, ironically, of getting my Mexican citizenship. I was probably a signature and a couple of stamps away from becoming a Mexican national in their country. Now, I had to plead and discuss and argue in my best Spanish. It's not bad, but it's not the best. To say, I just want a student visa. I don't want to be a Mexican citizen. But they insisted. They insisted that I had to do this to stay in the university. So, you know, an amendment like this, until we got to the point that I said, well, I'm not even going to be in the country a year. It's an 8-month program. And they made a few phone calls, and then everything changed. But an amendment like this helps people that are studying abroad in this country so you don't make a mistake. And you talk about an uncomfortable day for this young man as I was navigating this process, almost to my own peril. Because all Mexican citizens that are of age have to participate in the draft in Mexico. And you're obligated to participate in the lottery system, and you have to serve 2 years in the Mexican army if you don't win the lottery. They have a system of white balls and black balls. And so as soon as I would have gotten this citizenship approved, I probably would have been obligated at that time to participate in the lottery. So there was even more treachery and peril if I wouldn't have been able to back out of this. But this amendment right here, and I can feel it. I got this, just it's there. It's a leadership. It's that leadership back there. Thank you, ma'am. But it's an interesting life story, and I have many of them, and I'm going to continue to share over my years here at the Capitol. But this amendment right here, ladies and gentlemen, prevents a most unfortunate situation for a non-U.S. citizen. Because what if they were to start clicking on some things, and maybe they've got 4 numbers that they got somewhere down on Pecos or Santa Fe or wherever, and put them in there, and you know, who knows where that could go. They've got an address. Their address is now their dorm. They get a few numbers, address, sign a few things. I've been here 22 days. Shazam. Now I can vote. Well, maybe you can't if you're not a U.S. citizen. And I know we have databases to check this and do all this other stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, with this amendment, it eliminates all those problems. It avoids the pitfalls of a young person overseas in a foreign country who's trying to study and learn about a culture and people and a language and continue their education. It avoids any problems with voter registration fraud. So this is a great amendment, and I thank the amendment sponsor for taking me back to a time of my youth where I had a very interesting situation that, with this amendment, in the voter registration space, would make a foreign student not have to have a pitfall or fall into a situation which may be confusing or compromising or problematic in their lives. Maybe not by their intentions, maybe not willingly or willfully, but maybe by sheer accident and miscommunication. As the amendment sponsor pointed out, that you may just get something electronically or maybe on your app that you have, your campus-wide voter registration app that they'll give you when you go to Boulder. I don't know. And you don't have to worry about it because this right here in statute says that that will not happen. So thank you for waking me up and getting me back up here to talk about how important these amendments are. And I do appreciate the attention and time. Muchas gracias.
Representative Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to give a personal account of why I believe that this is an appropriate and important amendment. So I have a confession to make to my fellow members. I was once an illegal alien. It is true. I spent a weekend illegally in the nation of Swaziland. So I was working in the Republic of South Africa, working at a big plant there, a big energy plant, and for a weekend, my coworkers and I decided to go to Swaziland. Now the locals, they'd been through this a lot of times, going in and out of Swaziland, and so as we pulled up to the border, you'd have to check out of the Republic of South Africa, and then you drive about 100 feet, and you stop and you check into Swaziland. Very different cultures between the two, and my friends had been through this motion so many times that they just said, okay, you go get the car checked in, you go get this, you get this. I'm trying to follow the instructions, and it was not clear for me. And about 5 miles in to the nation of Swaziland, I hold up the most critical piece of paper for me, and I asked the guy driving, I go, what do I do with this? And he goes, oh my God, you did not get that turned in? I go, no. And he goes, did you have your visa stamped to come in? I go, no, I was doing what I was being told to do. And he goes, oh my God, you're in the country illegally. Now, I lived for that entire weekend in fear of being arrested for being in the nation illegally. And it was all because I did not understand the culture, I did not understand the instructions.
Representative, we're kind of on amendment, and we're kind of on voting.
It's, I believe it to be related, Madam Chair, and related for the reason that there is a fear when you're in another nation and you realize that you have not followed their laws, and that's what this amendment is attempting to do. Because the way that this bill currently reads could readily trip up a student who is here from another nation, another culture, another initial language, and receives this notice giving instruction to how to register to vote and how to vote. And while the information says on voter eligibility, I'm trying to tell you from firsthand experience, that's not always easy. So by just in my attempt to follow another nation's instructions, living in their country, I came close to being in trouble, coming back out of Swaziland and just praying the whole time that the guy checking me out of his country would not notice that there was no stamp checking me into his country on that visa. He didn't notice, and I got away with that oversight on my part. This is extremely important because if a student that we as a state send information to follows through on those instructions, then that student from another nation visiting us in all good faith would have committed a crime that could cost them in a very dear way. And that's why I believe this is a very important amendment that we ought to pass, and I ask you to vote yes on that, members.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I once again continue my support of the amendment. And I just kind of wanted to talk about the point that was made here in the debate about the phrase eligibility on line 15, page 8. First of all, eligibility is not defined on how it would be in the email, so we actually have no idea what it looks like. What I can tell you is that from long emails in which there is a legal disclaimer that's included, either it will be in very, very tiny print in the email, or it will be an extra long email in which the college general counsel or attorney has written to be able to cover all their bases and to basically do a data dump or information overload on the recipient. Or it will say something like, in compliance with Colorado law. So there's definitely a lot of gray area here. It's poorly defined. But in addition to that, when we look to section 12-506, and we're looking at prohibitions of a voter registration agency, we do know that this can be a college or university because they are a state entity. And you look down to see what's prohibited. One thing that is specifically prohibited is to encourage the making of a false statement. And then when we turn over to section 1-13-203 and 1-13-704.5 of the Colorado Revised Statutes, to commit voter registration fraud is a Class 5 felony and can result in a fine of up to $5,000 and imprisonment in the county jail of up to 18 months or both. I will tell you, for a foreign student, that will be an automatic deportation from our country, and they definitely will not be coming back to our country anytime soon. And to have language like this in law, in which is telling our colleges and universities they have to send out this email, but then we're not saying exactly what needs to be included, how big the font should be it be in bold? Should it be simple to read? Should it be included in that student's own language? I mean, think about it, members. None of this is included here. All we know is that this email is going out to every enrolled student. I asked about some of the foreign students at Colorado Mesa University. And given the fact that we have a number of Mandarin speakers from Taiwan and China, given the fact that we have a number of Japanese students from Japan, given the fact that we have a number of students from Mexico and Argentina, it seems very reasonable to include within this email the language of the students in which their native tongue is, so that there is no mistake about what would be included here. There is a lots of gray area, and once again, I can tell you from having been a foreign student, it's easy to make a mistake when you receive an email like this, even when a disclaimer or disclosure is placed within that email. As a student, you believe that everything that's coming to your inbox, especially from the university, is something to act upon. And that sometimes you don't read everything, you're in a hurry. And especially if you're a foreign student, you think this is just something I need to click, I need to fill out a form, this is what everyone's doing, I'm following the crowd. Members, we need to have belts and suspenders. We add this to laws all the time, and once again, I would encourage a yes vote. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment 37? The question before us, seeing none, the question before us is Amendment 37 to a Senate Bill 250. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will tell you, we're on Section 30. We are cognizant of the time of night. We do have a couple of things in mind here, but as we process those, I wish I could skip to the things that I think we really ought to be talking to. But I do think with the time we have, let's just hack through this in sequence. And so I want to pick up from Section 30, please. And that is on page 31. And that is in Colorado Revised Statute 1-5-106, amend parenthetical 1 as follows. 1-5-106, polling location or drop-off location designation by sign, parenthetical 1A. All polling locations must be designated by signs, page 32, signs conspicuously posted pursuant to subsection 1B of this section at least 20 days before each election and during the period polling locations are open. The sign shall be substantially in the following form, quote, polling place / voter service and polling center for county blank, unquote. The lettering on the sign must be black on a white background. Yeah, I mean, this is less important than what we're going to ahead. I wish I could move ahead here. I'd like to go in sequence, but let's skip 31 and 32 for now. Let's go to 33 on page 33, please. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-7-105, amend 1 as follows. 1-7-105, watchers at primary elections. Each political party participating in a primary election shall be entitled to have a watcher in each precinct and county. The state chair or the chairperson of the county central committee of each political party shall certify the persons selected as watchers on forms provided by the county clerk and recorder and submit the names of the persons selected as watchers to the county clerk and recorder. To the extent possible, the state chair or chairperson shall submit the names by the close of business on Friday immediately preceding the election. Section 34, amend in Colorado Revised Statutes 1-7-110, amend 1 as follows. 1-7-110, preparing to vote in person, 1A. When an elector appears in person to vote, a signature card containing the elector's name and residential address as they appear in the statewide voter registration system created in Section 1-2-301 shall be completed. Unless an elector is registering for the first time or updating the elector's registration information, the elector shall not be required to provide any information on the signature card in addition to the elector's name, residential address, and signature. B, as provided in subsection 4 of this section, an eligible elector desiring to vote in person shall show his or her identification as defined in 1-104-19-5. Verify the information that appears on, page 34, appears on the signature card. Sign the signature card and give the signature card to one of the election judges. An eligible elector who is unable to write may request assistance from one of the election judges, who shall also sign the signature card and witness the elector's mark. The signature card must provide, and then there is a basically an affidavit here in the bill. Let's move to section 35. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-7-515, amend 2 as follows. 1-7-515, risk limiting audits, rules, legislative declaration, definitions. 2A, following each primary, general, coordinated, recall, or congressional vacancy election, each county shall make use of a risk-limiting audit in accordance with the requirements of this section. Races to be audited must be selected in accordance with procedures established by the Secretary of State, and all contested races are eligible for such selection. There's a couple lines of stricken material here. Section 36. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-7.5-104.5, amend parenthetical 2B, Roman numeral 1.5 as follows. 1-7.5-104.5, ballots and supplies for mail voting. The approved form must include, at a minimum, Roman numeral 1.5, instructions on how the elector can provide identification and a signature for verification for first-time electors who do not have a signature stored in the statewide voter registration system. I'm going to surrender at Section 37 for a finer and sweeter voice than mine, and I'm sure the applause will be quite intense. Thank you.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to pick up where Representative Hanks left off, and that is at Section 37. And we are on page 35. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-7.5-105, amend paren 1 and paren 2, paren small a, and add paren 1.3, paren f.5 as follows. 1-7.5-105, period. Pre-election process dash rules. Paren 1A, the county clerk and recorder or designated election official responsible for conducting an election that is to be by mail ballot pursuant to section 1-7.5-104, paren 1, shall send a proposed election plan for conducting the mail ballot election to the Secretary of State no later than 90 days prior to a nonpartisan election, or for any mail ballot election that is coordinated with or conducted by the county clerk and recorder no later than 110 days prior to the election. The proposed plan may be based on the standard plan adopted by the Secretary of State by rule. Paren B, and in all caps. For each general election, a county clerk and recorder or designated election official shall solicit public comment on the proposed locations for voter service and polling centers and drop boxes in an election plan required pursuant to subsection paren 1A of this section. On or before the 55th day, the deadline to submit the plan to the Secretary of State, the county clerk and recorder or designated election official shall post to the county clerk and recorder's website the proposed locations for voter service and polling centers and drop boxes. The county clerk and recorder shall accept public comments on the proposed locations through the 40th day before the deadline to submit the plan to the Secretary of State. Paragraph 1.3. The election plan required under subsection paren 1 of this section must include, at a minimum, paren f.5, the information required by section 1-7.5-113.5 paren 2. Paren 2, Paren A, the Secretary of State shall approve or disapprove the written plan for conducting a mail ballot election in accordance with Section 1-7.5-106 within 20 days after receiving the plan and shall provide a written notice to the affected political subdivision. Section 38. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-7.5-107, amend paren 3, small a, Roman numeral 2, paren 3, B.5, Roman numeral 1, and paren 4.3, paren A, Roman numeral 3 as follows. 1-7.5-107, procedures for conducting mail ballot election, primary elections, first-time voters casting a mail ballot after having registered by mail to vote, in-person request for ballot, repeal. Paren 3, paren A, paren Roman 2. If the 22nd day before a general primary or other mail ballot election is a Saturday, Sunday, state legal holiday, or federal holiday recognized by the United States Postal Service, the county clerk and recorder or designated election official may mail ballot packets pursuant to subsection paren 3, small a, Roman numeral 1, of this section on the Friday immediately preceding the 22nd day. Paragraph paren B.5, paren Roman numeral 1, capital A. The return envelope must have printed on it a self-affirmation substantially in the following form. I affirm under penalty of perjury that I am a United States citizen and an eligible elector. Several lines have been deleted. I have been a Colorado resident for at least 22 days immediately before this election. I am registered to vote at my sole legal place of residence. I will be at least 18 years of age on Election Day. I voted the ballot that was issued to me, and this is the only ballot I have voted in this election. There is a place for the date and a signature of the voter. Paragraph paren B has been deleted. Paragraph paren 4.3, small a, Roman numeral 3. A county may establish additional drop-off locations at the county's discretion. Each drop-off location must be supervised in accordance with Section 1-5-102.9, paren 5, small f. Section 39. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-7.5-113, amend a paragraph 1 as follows. Paragraph 1-7.5-113, voting at group residential facilities. Paragraph 1, if a group residential facility does not have mailboxes in which a representative of the United States Postal Service may directly deposit mail, and more than 7 mail ballots are to be sent to that group's residential facility, a committee consisting of one employee of the county clerk and recorder of the county in which the facility is located, and where available, a representative appointed by each of the major political parties shall deliver the mail ballots and return the voted ballots to the office of the county clerk and recorder. The delivery of ballots under this section may begin on the 45th day before Election Day. I'm on page 38, section 40. In Colorado Revised Statutes, add 1-7.5-113.5 as follows. 1-7.5-113.5, voting at county jails or detention centers. Paragraph 1, Each county clerk and recorder shall make efforts to coordinate with the county sheriff or the county sheriff's designee at each county jail or detention center to facilitate voting for all confined eligible electors. That's interesting. I thought we couldn't have ballot boxes there, but okay. Paragraph 2. The election plan required by Section 1-7.5-105 must include the following information. Paragraph small a. How the county clerk and recorder will provide each county jail or detention center with your voter information materials consistent with voter information materials consistent with the materials provided to non-confined eligible electors, including at a minimum a list of acceptable forms of identification under Section 1-1-104, paren 19.5, and the information required by Sections 1-40-124.5 and 1-40-125, and paragraph small b, the process by which the county clerk and the sheriff or the sheriff's designee will facilitate voter registration and delivery and retrieval of mail ballots for confined eligible electors. Page 39, Section 41. In Colorado Revised Statutes 1-8.5-101, repeal paragraph 5 as follows. 1-8.5-101, provisional ballot entitlement to vote. This section has been deleted. I will stop at Section 42 and we'll pick up there. Thank you.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
Thank you.
It's getting late, I know.
It's an honor to serve with you, Soper.
I move Amendment L038 and ask that it be displayed.
The amendment has been properly displayed. Representative Soper.
Oh, merci. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, as we've been debating back and forth here tonight, one thing that came up during the debate over Amendment 37 was that on page 8, line 15, eligibility, the phrase of that was there. But what was not included is what should be included in that so that it's crystal clear what the law is. These are going out to all students, regardless of their status of any kind, age. It's all the students in that institution of higher education. So with this amendment, what we're saying is eligibility, which includes that the student must be at least 18 years of age to vote, because they could be younger to register to vote, a United States citizen, and a Colorado resident. Then we drop down and say that the information on voter eligibility must be conspicuous in the email. So we don't want it buried in a footnote or in an attachment. It must be at least size 12 bold font so that this information is clearly highlighted. We're not going to pull a fast one. We're making sure everyone knows what the three pieces of criteria are that must be satisfied, what the three elements are that must be satisfied in order to register to vote, and that the email must be in the student's first language. There is a precedent for this. If we turn to the Voting Rights Act of 1965, a local government that conducts an election using a ranked voting method shall conduct a voter educational and outreach campaign to familiarize electors with the voting method in English and every language in which the ballot is to be made available in the local code. So we have clear precedent, at least at the federal level, that we need to provide election information in the person's first language. It seems only reasonable that we have this so that students are able to understand in their native tongue what is being included. And this is really just adding clarity to this provision in the bill, and I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate Representative Soper's zeal on this particular issue, but when it states that in the bill that the university has to tell students about eligibility. Eligibility means that they will explain all of those things. So this is a redundant amendment, and I ask for a no vote.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Lontine. You know, I certainly enjoy a good debate here. When I look at the bill, there is no definition of what eligibility means, and there's certainly no definition as to how that's to be presented in the email. So you could have one university that has it in microscopic print at the bottom of the email. You could have another university that attaches all this legalese that includes penalties as well in a PDF attachment or a Word attachment to the email. You could have a third university that says, in accordance with Colorado law. So we actually have no standard as to how eligibility is to be conveyed within this email. We don't know. And there's no standard across the board in which we're telling our institutions of higher education how should this information be conveyed. This is a process question. I think we agree on sort of what the content can be, but we want to make sure that our colleges and universities have a uniform way of conveying this essential information on voter eligibility to students. And Madam Chair, I would not only ask for a yes vote, but I would call for a division whenever that time comes.
A division has been called? No? Called? Is there any further discussion on Amendment 38? Seeing none, a division has been called. So hang tight.
Can you excuse Rep. Hooton?
The question is the adoption of Amendment 38. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. All those in favor of Amendment 38 to Senate Bill 250, please stand and remain standing or raise your hand and keep it raised until the count is taken. You may be seated. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing in one place until the count is taken. You may be seated. The amendment is lost. To the bill, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 41 of the bill, there is a new provision that says a mail ballot may not be challenged under this section solely on the basis of the signature that appears on the mail ballot. The reason that this is a problem is that we can't challenge mail ballots solely on the basis of the signature. The issue is that the signature is really the only method we have for establishing that the person voting is who they say they are. Because we no longer require a real ID, a photo ID. We no longer require an advance registration. And so having a signature that matches is really the best way we have to verify that the voter is who they say they are. So with that, I move L034 and ask that it be displayed.
Amendment 34 has been displayed. Representative Ransom.
It's not displayed, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so L034 would just strike the one part on page 41 that says a mail ballot may not be challenged under this section solely on the basis of the signature that appears on the mail ballot. Once more, I do posit that it's important that because the signature is basically the only way to establish that a person is who they say they are when they vote, that we need to be able to use their signature to actually establish and verify who they are, and that is the only way we have to verify that mail ballot. I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Lontine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Ransom. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that the current signature process that we have in place is not changed in any way whatsoever. That line is simply stating that a signature verification can only be through that process and not outside of that process. So I ask for a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Sandrich. The question before us is Amendment 34. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The noes have it. The amendment fails. To the bill, Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have what I think is my last amendment. This is, I will just move it. I move L030 and ask that it be displayed.
Oh, thanks, Ken.
Amendment 30 is displayed. Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you read the section of the bill on page 16 that it talks about precinct committee persons, it says on line 3 and 4 that a person 16 years of age or older who is pre-registered to vote may be a candidate for the office of precinct committee person, and then it lists things that would also be required if he or she has been a resident of the precinct for a sufficient time and been affiliated with a political party, or if they have been a naturalized citizen, things like that. My issue is that some parties may not want to elect 16-year-olds to the position of precinct committee persons, and so the only place that this amendment changes the bill is it adds if allowed by party rules in 2 places. So if you look at amendment L030 on on line 13 and again on line 25, it just says if allowed by party rules. So all that would do is state that if a 16-year or 17-year-old is to be nominated and elected as a precinct committee person, that the party rules would have to actually allow that they couldn't just run based on our state statutes saying that we must be able to elect the kids younger than 18. So with that, I ask for an aye vote. Again, I think party rules should be able to govern whether younger people than 18 are elected as precinct committee person.
The question before us is Amendment 30. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The amendment is lost. Representative Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There was something that came to my mind while we were debating this bill. I am a member, as I know some are, of the Bipartisan Election Advisory Commission. And we have had a meeting, and not one time was this bill ever brought up to us, not once. And you would think, as with a Bipartisan Election Commission, with the Secretary of State, that the sponsors would have reached out to this commission and talked about this bill. And why they didn't, I don't know. But it seems inappropriate. Why would we have this Bipartisan Election Advisory Commission and not talk about these bills? I ask for a no vote.
The question before us is Senate Bill 250. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise and report. Rise and report.
You have heard the motion. The committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Gregorio, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Mr. Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report is under consideration the following such bills being the second reading thereof makes the following recommendations on House Bill 1321 is amended, passed on second reading in order, engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 138 is amended, Senate Bill 185 is amended, Senate Bill 250 is amended, Senate Bill 267 passed on second reading in order, revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Representative Froelich. Members, you've heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. We will go in alphabetical order by bill. We will start with House Bill 1321. So, Mr. Gregorio, please read the Hanks Amendment to House Bill 1321, which is L009.
Representative Hanks moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following McKean Amendment L9 to House Bill 1321 and show that said amendment passed and House Bill 1321 is amended passed.
Representative Hanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Hanks Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Hanks. That has been properly moved and displayed. See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the first Hanks Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Yep.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Van Winkle votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Herod votes no. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Jackson is excused. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the Hanks Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the first McKean Amendment to 1321 L004.
Representative McKean moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following McKean Amendment L4 to House Bill 1321 to show that said amendment passed that House Bill 1321 is amended passed.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, I move the first McKean Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for a favorable vote.
Thank you, Minority Leader. That has been properly moved and displayed. See no further discussion. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Van Winkle votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Herod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Herod votes no. Representative Michelson-Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson-Janae votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Rich. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the first McKean Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the second McKean Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative McKean moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following McKean Amendment L6 to House Bill 1321 to show that said amendment passed that House Bill 1321 is amended passed.
Minority Leader McKean.
Your lips to God's ears. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second McKean Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole and ask for a favorable vote.
Thank you, Minority Leader. That has been properly moved and displayed. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second McKean Amendment, L006, to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Van Winkle votes yes. Majority Leader Eskar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Eskar votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No. No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the second McKean amendment to the report of the committee of the whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the third McKean amendment to the report of the committee of the whole, which is L008.
Representative McKean moves to amend the report of the committee of the whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following McKean amendment L8 to House Bill 1321 to show that said amendment passed and House Bill 1321 is amended passed.
Minority Leader McKean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the third McKean amendment to the report of the committee of the whole, the best amendment, and I would ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. Thank you, Minority Leader. That has been properly moved and displayed. See no further discussion. Members, the question before us is the adoption of the third McKean Amendment L008 to House Bill 1321 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Van Winkle votes yes. Majority Leader Eskar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Eskar votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote? Sorry, one more time. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the third McKean amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Moving to House Bill or Senate Bill 250, Mr. Gregorio, please read the Geithner amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole L027.
Representative Geithner moved to amend the report of the committee of the whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Geithner amendment L27 to Senate Bill 250 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 250 has amended passed.
Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move the Geithner amendment to the committee of the whole and I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, Mr. Minority Leader. It has been properly moved and displayed. See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the Geithner amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole L027. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Van Winkle votes yes. Majority Leader Eskar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Eskar votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Duran, McCluskey, Mullica. Representative Duran and Mullica. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the Geithner amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the PICO amendment L033 to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Pico moved to amend the report of the committee of the whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Pico amendment L33 to Senate Bill 250 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 250 has amended passed.
Representative Pico.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the PICO amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Pico. That has been properly moved and displayed. See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the PICO amendment L033 to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Van Winkle votes yes. Majority Leader Eskar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the PICO amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the first ransom amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L034.
Representative Ransom moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following ransom amendment L34 to Senate Bill 250 to show that said amendment passed and Senate Bill 250 as amended passed.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the ransom amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. That's been properly moved and displayed. The question before us, seeing no further discussion, is the adoption of the ransom amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L034. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Van Winkle votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 22 aye votes, 40 no votes, and 3 excused, the first ransom amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the second ransom amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L030.
Representative Ransom moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following ransom amendment L30 to Senate Bill 250 to show that said amendment passed and Senate Bill 250 as amended passed.
Representative Ransom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second ransom amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
Thank you, Representative Ransom. That's been properly moved and displayed. See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the second ransom amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, L030. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Van Winkle votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
Nope.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Tipper. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the second ransom amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the Rich Amendment L031 to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Rich moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Rich Amendment L31 to Senate Bill 250 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 250 as amended passed.
Representative Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the Rich Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for an aye vote.
See no further discussion. The question see no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the Rich Amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole, which is L031. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Van Winkle votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the rich amendment to the report of the committee of the whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the first Soper Amendment L037 to the report of the committee of the whole.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the committee of the whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Soper and Baisley Amendment L37 to Senate Bill 250 to show that the Senate amendment passed and Senate Bill 250 as amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Soper Amendment to the committee of the whole report.
It's been properly moved and displayed. See no further discussion. The question before us is the adoption of the first Soper Amendment L037 to the report of the committee of the whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Van Winkle votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Representative Catlin, Representative Pico. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the first Soper Amendment to the report of the committee of the whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the second Soper Amendment L038 to the report of the committee of the whole.
Representative Soper moved to amend the report of the committee of the whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Soper Amendment L38 to Senate Bill 250 to show that the said amendment passed and Senate Bill 250 as amended passed.
Representative Soper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the second Soper Amendment to the committee of the whole.
It's been properly moved and displayed. Is there any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Soper.
Thank you. So what this amendment does is it clarifies what should be included in this email that's sent out to include at least 18 years of age to vote, that the person is a United States citizen and a Colorado resident. It further prescribes that the that the information must be in a conspicuous place, at least size 12 bold font, and that the voter registration info must be in the student's first language. I would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the second Soper Amendment to the report of the committee of the whole, L038. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Sure.
Representative Williams votes sure.
I'm a yes.
Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Van Winkle votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No, thank you.
Majority Leader Escar votes no, thank you. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
Nope.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the second Soper Amendment to the report of the committee of the whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the first Van Beber Amendment L035 to the report of the committee of the whole.
Representative Van Beber moved to amend the report of the committee of the whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Van Beber Amendment L35 to Senate Bill 250 to show that said amendment passed and Senate Bill 250 as amended passed.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the first Van Beber amendment to the committee of the whole, and I ask for a yes vote.
Thank you, Representative Van Beber. This has been properly moved and displayed. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Van Beber Amendment to the report of the committee of the whole, L035. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Van Winkle votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 23 aye votes, 39 no votes, and 3 excused, the first Van Beber amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. Mr. Gregorio, please read the second Van Beber amendment L029 to the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Van Beber moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee not adopting the following Van Beber amendment L29 to Senate Bill 250 to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 250 as amended passed.
Representative Van Beber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that the second Van Beber amendment be moved to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a yes vote.
That amendment has been Representative Geithner, Mr. Assistant Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I also encourage a yes vote on the second Von Beber amendment.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that this one really deserves a yes vote, folks. Search your hearts.
Any further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Van Beber amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Williams votes yes. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Neville votes yes. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Van Winkle votes yes. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
No.
Majority Leader Escar votes no. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Burnett votes no. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Judah votes no. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Harrod votes no. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Michelson Janae votes no. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Ortiz votes no. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
No.
Representative McLaughlin votes no. Please close the machine. With 24 aye votes, 38 no votes, and 3 excused, the second Van Beber amendment to the report of the Committee of the Whole is lost. There are no more amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole. Mr. Gregorio, please open the machine and members, please proceed to vote. Representative Williams, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Williams votes no. Representative Neville, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Neville votes no. Representative Van Winkle, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Van Winkle votes no. Majority Leader Escar, how do you vote?
Yes.
Majority Leader Escar votes yes. Representative Burnett, how do you vote?
Yay. Yes.
Representative Burnett votes yes. Representative Judah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Judah votes yes. Representative Harrod, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Harrod votes yes. Representative Michelson Janae, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Representative Michelson Janae votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative McLaughlin, how do you vote?
Yes, sir.
Representative McLaughlin votes yes. Please close the machine. With 39 aye votes, 23 no votes, and 3 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow, May 27th at 9 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the balance of the calendar will be laid over one day until Thursday, May 27th. That brings us to announcements and introductions. Seeing none, Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you,
Wait,
Mr.
I'm sorry, I have a little bit of business. Reports of committees of reference.
Committee on Judiciary, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends following Senate Bill 146 be amended as follows and be so amended and be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 174 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 266 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation.
Message from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Message from the Senate shall be buried in the journal. Message from the reviser.
we herewith
Message
transmit.
from the reviser will be printed in the journal. Message from the governor.
Honorable
Message from the
members.
governor will be printed in the journal. Assistant Majority Leader Gonzalez Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we wrap up, members, I will ask you to please clear off your filing cabinets. It is still a late evening, and we want to thank all of our staff for all the work that they do. And so to help them out, please clear your file cabinets. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House stand in adjournment until tomorrow, Thursday, May 27th at 9 a.m.
Seeing no objection, the House will stand in adjournment until tomorrow, Thursday, May 27th at 9 a.m. Good job. Oh.